Have you ever wondered if yoga was always about calmness and serenity? Imagine the ancient landscapes of India, where yoga was first born. In those early times, yoga was not a journey towards relaxation, but a rigorous path aimed at spiritual enlightenment and self-discipline. It's essential to recognize that yoga, in its original form, was intended as a comprehensive system of mental and physical practices designed to unite the individual's consciousness with the universal consciousness. The ancient sages and practitioners viewed yoga as a tool for attaining moksha, or liberation, from the cycle of birth and death, which was considered the ultimate goal of human life. Unlike today's popular yoga sessions that focus on deep stretches and tranquility, the ancient practice encompassed rigorous rituals, breath control, and intense meditation to control the mind and body. Its effect on relaxation was merely a byproduct, not the goal. Example 1. Consider a modern-day yoga class where participants move gently from one pose to another, savoring each slow, mindful breath. Compare this to ancient practitioners who engaged in hours of meditative isolation in caves or practiced challenging postures to the brink of endurance. Example 2. Ancient texts describe practices like tapas, an austere discipline where the body and mind are tested intentionally through hardship. This starkly contrasts with the soothing environment of contemporary yoga studios. The emphasis on achieving deep inner awakening could make one wonder if relaxation is actually a distraction from the deeper work that yoga initially intended to provoke. Why did early yogis choose this intense path? For them, the focus was not on escaping reality to find comfort within, but rather to confront the harsh truths of existence head-on, facing internal demons to achieve personal transformation. However, this demanding path also came with its set of challenges and potential pitfalls, which we will explore further in upcoming segments. Take a moment to reflect on this divergence from ancient practices to modern relaxation techniques. By understanding the harsher roots of yoga, you might find new insights into its practice in your own life. How ego dissolution can become psychological detachment. Do you ever wonder if dissolving your ego might lead you to feel more detached than connected to the world around you? In the realm of yoga, the dissolution of the ego is often praised as a key milestone on the path to enlightenment. Yet, the process is delicate, and without careful guidance, it can shift from a healthy release to an unintended state of psychological detachment. At its essence, ego dissolution involves stripping away the layers that separate you from the universe, transforming rigid identities into a more fluid existence. However, when misapplied, this can result in a disconnection not only from personal identity, but also from emotional resonance and relationships. Example 1. Picture a dedicated practitioner so focused on transcending their ego that they begin to perceive their personal story, connections, and emotions as distractions from the true path. Suddenly, the weight of interpersonal bonds and the nuances of personal history become obstacles rather than enrichments. Example 2. Consider someone who, in their sincere effort to shed egoic binders, finds themselves indifferent to joys and sorrows that used to define their experience, thus inhabiting a space not of peace, but of emotional desolation. For many, the pursuit of ego dissolution stems from cravings to escape societal pressures or achieve mental equanimity. But when pushed too far, it often results in an emotional void where one's identity and the world feel distant cold and unreachable. In this state, making daily decisions, nurturing relationships, or even engaging with reality can become challenging, as emotional cues and personal meaning, the hallmarks of an enriched existence, may begin to feel irrelevant. To nurture a balance, awareness of one's internal shift is essential. Noticing the shift from a quest for peace to feeling emotionally aloof can serve as an important indicator. It might prompt an exploration of integrating traditional practice with a healthy sense of self and community. Encourage yourself and others to embrace the ego as a facet of the human experience, not as a chain, but as a bridge connecting us with the world. With this approach, the ego need not be an attachment, but a tool for deeper, more rewarding interactions that weave the fabric of everyday life. When detachment becomes disassociation. Have you ever felt that detachment from the world could lead to a place far colder than tranquility, a place of disassociation? In the practice of yoga and meditation, detachment is often seen as a pathway to inner freedom, allowing practitioners to release attachments to material desires and ego-driven motives. Yet, what happens when this detachment crosses a line from beneficial disengagement to psychological disassociation? Detachment is about cultivating an ability to observe experiences without being consumed by them. But if navigated improperly, it can tip over into disassociation, where there's a profound disconnection, not just from desires, but from emotions, from people, and ultimately from one's own sense of self. Example 1. Imagine a person deeply committed to their spiritual path, who practices detachment daily. Initially, they might feel a lightness as material concerns fade. However, without balance, this lightness can transform into a sensation of floating, untethered, where even meaningful interactions feel distant. Example 2. Consider someone who starts detaching from stress by minimizing emotional responses, but gradually, this state of numbing extends to positive emotions, leading them to feel like an observer in their own life rather than an active participant. Part of the allure of detachment is the promise of reducing life's noise, quieting the mind to uncover deeper truths. Yet when it slips into disassociation, it can create a hollow backdrop where one's self and surroundings blur, leading to feelings of alienation. Living in this gray area can make it difficult to connect with others, understand personal desires, or even find joy in activities that were once fulfilling. The richness of experience can become muted, and the sense of belonging progressively elusive. If you notice signs of slipping into disassociation, such as feeling perpetually disconnected or viewing life's events with an indifferent lens, it might be time to reassess the balance between healthy detachment and mindful engagement. Reconnect by inviting yourself back to moments of presence and emotion. Engage in practices that root you in the now, such as mindful breathing, journaling, or connecting with nature. Remind yourself that detachment isn't about absence, but about presence without attachment. Acknowledging the line between detachment and disassociation can safeguard your journey, transforming it from one of retreat into one of mindful participation that fosters genuine connections and emotional resilience. The misuse of guru power and blind obedience. Have you ever considered the fine line between reverence for a guru and the potential for blind obedience that might follow? In spiritual and self-improvement circles, gurus often emerge as revered figures, guiding their followers along paths of enlightenment and personal growth. Their wisdom and charisma can inspire profound transformations. Yet, What happens when this influence is misused, leading to blind obedience and potentially harmful dynamics? Historically, the guru-disciple relationship rests upon trust and mutual respect. Ideally, it fosters growth through encouragement and insight. However, when a guru's power becomes unchecked, it can evolve into a dynamic where followers surrender critical thinking in favor of unquestioning loyalty. Example 1. Consider a spiritual leader whose teachings begin as enlightening, yet over time, their advice extends into controlling the personal lives of followers. As followers relinquish autonomy, grounded belief transforms into uncritical acceptance, stifling individual growth. Example 2. Reflect on a situation where followers are encouraged to isolate themselves from outside influences, gradually nurturing an environment where questioning is seen as betrayal and compliance as virtue. Many are drawn to charismatic leaders seeking guidance, clarity, and belonging. Yet, when devotion mutates into blind obedience, it limits the capacity for personal discernment and accountability, which are essential for spiritual autonomy. This dynamic can lead to emotional or financial exploitation, where the reverence that was intended to enlighten instead narrows the path of individual expression, and where the light of wisdom casts long shadows of manipulation. To recognize signs of this unhealthy dynamic, notice if questioning teachings or expressing discomfort is met with resistance, or if a culture of dependency is fostered over one of personal empowerment. To address this, encourage open communication and self-inquiry, seek diverse perspectives, and remember that a true guru should illuminate your path with compassion and wisdom, not cast it in dogma and control. Ultimately, the journey towards enlightenment should be personal and fulfilling, complemented by guidance that respects your individuality and encourages critical thought as cornerstones of genuine spiritual discovery. The Yoga Sutras' obsession with suffering. Have you ever contemplated why the Yoga Sutras place such significant focus on suffering? In the ancient text of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, suffering and its transcendence stands as a core theme. This focus might seem intense, but it offers profound insights into the nature of human existence and the path to liberation. How does this emphasis serve the spiritual seeker, and why is it so essential within the context of yogic philosophy? Suffering, or dukkha, is recognized in the Yoga Sutras not as something to be shunned, but as a critical driving force, prompting human beings to seek spiritual awakening. Patanjali reveals the causes of suffering, such as ignorance and attachment, as gateways to deeper understanding and eventual liberation. Example 1. Imagine a practitioner who perceives suffering merely as a burden. Through the teachings of the Yoga Sutras, they begin to see it as a teacher, offering lessons in impermanence and guiding them towards self-awareness and eventual freedom from worldly bonds. Example 2. Consider someone enduring life's trials who finds solace in these teachings, recognizing that suffering isn't a solitary confinement, but a shared human experience that unites us all in the quest for transcendent peace. Many find the Yoga Sutras' emphasis on suffering initially daunting. Yet, this focus serves to illuminate the human condition, urging individuals to engage with suffering not as victims, but as students of life's intricate tapestry. In embracing this journey, individuals can experience a transformation whereby suffering becomes an impetus for profound personal and spiritual evolution and opportunity to cultivate resilience, compassion, and a deeper connection with one's true self. Awareness of this teaching invites a shift in perspective from seeing suffering as merely painful to recognizing it as a necessary catalyst for inner growth and liberation. This journey isn't about cultivating happiness by bypassing suffering, but achieving peace through understanding and transcending it. To harmonize with these teachings, one might integrate practices of mindfulness and meditation, facilitating an ability to sit with discomfort, observe its origins, and ultimately rise above it with clarity and compassion. By delving into the Yoga Sutras' exploration of suffering, you embark on a path where the shadows of pain are not vanquished but understood, illuminating a route to the true inner peace of liberation. The concept of Maya, nothing is real. Have you ever wondered what it truly means when we say, nothing is real? This thought leads us into the intriguing world of Maya. The concept of Maya, rooted deeply in Indian philosophy and spirituality, alludes to the illusionary nature of the world. It suggests that what we perceive as reality is in fact a veil, obscuring the ultimate truth of existence. But why is this perspective so integral to achieving deeper understanding and liberation? Maya represents the ever-shifting, ever-deceptive world of appearances. It encapsulates how our sensory experiences, emotions, and thoughts often mask our direct understanding, clouding the truth beneath a surface of illusions. Example 1. Imagine living your daily life focused on material possessions and external achievements. Maya suggests that these pursuits are transient, like a mirage, distracting from the pursuit of eternal wisdom and self-realization. Example 2. Picture a scenario where personal identity is anchored entirely in roles like a job or social status. Through Maya's lens, these identities are seen as temporary cloaks, hiding the timeless essence beneath the true self beyond labels. To understand Maya is to awaken to the realization that what we hold as real is often shaped by conditioning and perception. This insight invites a deeper exploration of our lives, encouraging us to seek what is constant and unchanging, the self, or Atman. In recognizing and embracing the concept of Maya, one may begin to question the nature of desires and attachments, seeing them as part of the illusory dance of life. This does not negate the importance of the material world, but rather highlights the need for discernment in our engagement with it. Through practices like meditation and self-inquiry, individuals can start peeling back the layers of illusion, revealing the fundamental truth that lies beyond appearances. By breaking the spell of Maya, we embark on a transformative journey toward true wisdom and liberation. Ultimately, Maya serves not as a doctrine of negation, but as an invitation to transcend superficial understandings, awakening to the profound realization of unity and authenticity that lies beyond the veils. It is a call not to deny the world, but to see it in its full, expansive truth. How yogic renunciation can lead to social isolation. Have you ever pondered the paradox of renunciation, where the path meant to connect you with inner peace might also lead to unexpected solitude? Yogic renunciation, cherished for its promise of deep spiritual enlightenment, calls for the letting go of attachments, desires, and often worldly engagements. Yet, while this journey offers profound personal transformation, how might it, paradoxically, lead some towards social isolation? Renunciation in yogic practice emphasizes detachment not just from material possessions, but from desires, ego, and ties to the mundane world. It's an inward journey, fostering a profound relationship with the self and the divine. However, when taken to extremes, this path may, for some, result in withdrawal from social and communal interactions. Example 1. Consider a practitioner who, in pursuit of spiritual growth, opts to disconnect from friends and family. What starts as a noble quest for enlightenment sometimes becomes a barrier to meaningful social bonds, leaving them feeling isolated or misunderstood. Example 2. Envision someone who adopts a minimalist lifestyle for clarity and mindfulness, but gradually distances themselves from community events, seeing them as distractions. Over time, the rich tapestry of community support might feel distant, leaving an unanticipated sense of loneliness. The practice of renunciation isn't inherently about severing all ties, but about altering the nature of engagement with the world. The aim is to cultivate an inner sanctuary from which one might freely choose to interact with the world, rather than abstain from it entirely. Acknowledging these potential pitfalls, practitioners are encouraged to seek balance. The essence of yoga is uniting, not isolating. Maintaining connections with others can enrich the journey, offering perspectives that support the development of compassion and understanding. It's crucial to remember that renunciation is a means to heightened awareness, not an end in itself. Spiritual fulfillment can coexist with healthy relationships. Through carefully cultivated boundaries and community engagement, one can ensure that this path of self-discovery does not result in unintended seclusion. In your pursuit of spiritual growth, balance the inward journey with connections to others. The interplay between solitude and community forms a dynamic dance that enhances both spiritual depth and social vitality. Renunciation should empower a more profound connection, both within and without encouraging the warmth of shared human experience to illuminate the path toward enlightenment. The dangerous appeal of spiritual bypassing. Have you ever found solace in spiritual practices during difficult times, only to realize later that deeper issues remained unaddressed? This is where we encounter the complex phenomenon known as spiritual bypassing. Spiritual bypassing refers to the use of spiritual beliefs and practices to avoid or sidestep unresolved emotional issues, psychological wounds, and underlying behavioral patterns. Despite its idyllic veneer, this avoidance can veil critical aspects of personal growth and healing. Why does spiritual bypassing hold such dangerous allure? At its core, spiritual bypassing offers the attractive promise of transcendence, providing refuge in spirituality, seemingly beyond the messiness of personal problems and emotional pain. While seeking spiritual understanding is inherently positive, using it to evade life's difficult challenges and personal accountability can deter true healing and growth. Example 1. Imagine someone facing trauma who dives deeply into meditation and positive affirmations. These practices are beneficial, yet without confronting the roots of trauma, underlying emotional scars persist, unchecked and unresolved. Example 2. Consider a person who embraces spiritual concepts such as oneness and unconditional love, but avoids existing relational conflicts. The appeal of harmony might discourage needed confrontation and honest communication, sidelining the messy but necessary work of authentic relationships. It's essential to understand that spiritual practices should complement emotional and psychological work, not replace it. Avoiding pain may feel momentarily comforting, but often leads to greater distress in the long run, as unattended issues persist beneath the surface. To navigate spiritual bypassing, it's crucial to engage in practices that invite both awareness and integration. This means embracing meditation, mindfulness, and spiritual wisdom alongside traditional therapeutic methods, allowing for a holistic approach to inner healing. Ultimately, the goal is to utilize spirituality as a profound tool for genuine transformation, one that encourages facing life's struggles with open eyes and heart, fostering a balanced journey of spiritual and emotional growth. Practitioners are encouraged to approach spirituality with a discerning mind and courageous heart, balancing the pursuit of elevated states with the honesty of self-inquiry and emotional healing, embracing the full spectrum of human experience, acknowledging both light and shadow illuminates the true path to a transformed, authentic self. In this integration, we find the genuine peace and wholeness we seek. Non-attachment versus emotional numbness. Have you ever tried to adopt a mindset of non-attachment, only to find yourself feeling strangely disconnected or numb? Let's delve into understanding where non-attachment ends and emotional numbness begins. Non-attachment, a concept often celebrated in spiritual and mindfulness practices, encourages letting go of clinging whether to thoughts, emotions, possessions, or outcomes. It invites a balanced relationship with life's experiences, fostering inner peace and freeing us from the constant cycle of craving and aversion. Yet, non-attachment can sometimes be misunderstood or misapplied, leading to emotional numbness, a state where we become disconnected from our genuine feelings and the richness of human experience. Example 1. Imagine someone diligently practicing non-attachment, aiming to transcend emotional highs and lows. In doing so, they might inadvertently suppress emotions, creating a facade of calm while internally stifling the true spectrum of their feelings. Example 2. Consider someone seeking refuge in non-attachment to navigate heartbreak or loss. While intending to let go, they may unconsciously shut down their emotional responses, losing touch with both pain and joy. Understanding non-attachment correctly means recognizing it as an active engagement with life, rather than a withdrawal or suppression of emotions. It invites us to experience fully, observe mindfully, and let go gracefully without becoming entangled or defined by our emotions. Emotional health involves embracing all feelings, allowing them to arise and fade, without the grip of instant reaction or avoidance. Non-attachment encourages us to witness emotions without identifying with them, maintaining presence and empathy toward ourselves and others. For practitioners, fostering non-attachment means cultivating a compassionate awareness that honors feelings as natural and transient parts of the human experience. This discerning balance allows us to remain open-hearted, engaged but not overwhelmed, caring but not trapped in attachment. Rather than seeking to dull emotional experience, true non-attachment deepens our capacity for presence and genuine connection. Ultimately, mastering non-attachment leads to a life enriched by depth and authenticity, where emotions flow naturally, guiding us with wisdom rather than fear or avoidance. In practicing true non-attachment, we discover the grace found in both acceptance and freedom, allowing us to navigate life's paradoxes with clarity and love. Using breath control to escape reality. Have you ever sought refuge in breathing practices to momentarily transcend the chaos of everyday life? While breath control can be a powerful tool for grounding and focus, it can also subtly evolve into a method of escaping reality. Breath control, or pranayama, as it's known in yogic tradition, entails various techniques designed to regulate and harness the breath, bringing balance to the body and mind. It's renowned for its capacity to reduce stress, enhance concentration, and promote relaxation. Yet, like any practice, it carries the potential for misuse, risking becoming a retreat from rather than a conduit to engaging with present reality. Example 1. Picture someone overwhelmed by life's demands who immerses themselves in complex breathwork routines. While these exercises offer immediate relief, they may lead to a pattern of avoidance, where issues remain unaddressed beneath the calm facade. Example 2. Envision an individual using breath control to quickly dissociate from anxiety, provoking situations, missing the opportunity to build resilience and confront fears directly. This bypass can stymie personal growth, leaving underlying challenges unresolved. Breath control is most effective when used to deepen presence, not to escape it. The breath serves as an anchor, returning our awareness to the here and now, enabling us to face life's difficulties with renewed clarity and calmness. The practice of mindful breathing invites a balanced approach, using breath as a bridge to reality, enriching our ability to engage with our environment and emotions meaningfully. For practitioners, it is essential to pair breath control with mindful reflection. This may include journaling, therapy, or dialogue with trusted peers, ensuring that breathing techniques complement rather than replace confronting life's challenges. Engaging with breath control requires intention, harnessing its calming influence to enhance our capacity for mindful action rather than as a subtle escape mechanism. Ultimately, breath control offers a refuge not from reality, but from the turmoil of a scattered mind, cultivating an inner strength that empowers us to navigate life's complexities with grace and insight. In embracing breathwork as a tool for presence, we discover a richer, more vibrant engagement with the world, guided by the steady, unwavering rhythm of our own breath. The obsession with control over the body. Have you ever felt the intense desire to control every aspect of your body, from appearance to performance, believing that mastery over it could lead to a more fulfilled life? This segment explores the delicate balance between healthy management and the potential pitfalls of becoming obsessed with controlling the body. In modern society, there is an ever-present push towards achieving idealized standards of physical appearance and health. This drive can sometimes veer into an all-consuming obsession, where the quest for control becomes a relentless pursuit, often leaving mental and emotional well-being in its wake. Example 1. Picture an individual who commits rigorously to a strict diet and exercise regimen, believing absolute control will yield happiness and self-worth. However, this unyielding approach can lead to physical and emotional burnout, as the body resists such rigid confines. Example 2. Consider someone who is heavily invested in biohacking to optimize every function of the body. While the pursuit of health is positive, obsession can morph into a continuous cycle of dissatisfaction and anxiety, as the individual focuses solely on perceived inadequacies. The desire for control over the body often reflects deeper issues, a need for acceptance, fear of vulnerability, or a quest for stability amidst life's uncertainties. While nurturing the body is essential, it should not overshadow the importance of embracing imperfection and listening to our body's natural rhythms. Balance lies in acknowledging that control over the body should align not only with physical goals, but also with emotional and mental harmony. This means adopting an approach that respects the body's needs while recognizing its limits. For practitioners, this involves cultivating a practice of self-compassion, understanding that well-being extends beyond physical form to include emotional and spiritual dimensions. This may involve mindfulness, gratitude practices, or engaging in activities that promote joy and relaxation. Ultimately, the aim is to foster a healthy relationship with the body grounded in respect and kindness, rather than an obsession with control. Recognizing the body as a partner on the journey to overall well-being encourages a more holistic approach to health. By releasing the grip of perfection and control, we discover the freedom to experience life more fully, appreciating the natural beauty and capability that our bodies innately possess. In this acceptance, we find genuine empowerment, understanding that the true essence of who we are transcends physical form, resting in the harmony of body, mind, and spirit. yoga's hidden link to self-mortification. When you think of yoga, images of serene postures and peaceful meditation might come to mind. Yet, beneath the mainstream portrayal lies a lesser-known historical connection between yoga and practices of self-mortification. Today, we'll explore this intriguing aspect and how modern interpretations have evolved. Yoga, as understood today, is a holistic practice focused on uniting the body, mind, and spirit through postures, breathwork, and meditation. However, its ancient roots reveal a complex history intertwined with ascetic practices, where physical austerities were employed to achieve spiritual liberation. Example 1. In historical contexts, some yogic traditions viewed disciplined physical austerity as a means to transcend the body's limitations and material desires. Practitioners might engage in strict fasting, rigorous physical challenges, or abstaining from comfort to purify the body and spirit. Example 2. Certain ascetic yogis would practice extreme forms of physical discipline, believing that enduring severe hardships could lead to higher states of consciousness and detachment from worldly attachments. The link between yoga and self-mortification reflects a time when spiritual seekers experimented with pushing the boundaries of physical endurance to cultivate inner strength and focus. While these practices showcased the resilience of the human spirit, not all interpretations aligned with yoga's present-day emphasis on balance and well-being. Today's practice of yoga often shifts away from such extremes, embracing a philosophy that promotes harmony, self-care, and holistic health. The aim is not to subjugate the body, but to honor it as a vehicle for spiritual growth and self-discovery. This evolution in yoga's interpretation highlights a crucial lesson: the importance of discerning balance within any practice. The human desire for transformation is potent, but must be tempered with wisdom and compassion for oneself. For modern practitioners, the legacy of yoga's historical link to self-mortification serves as a reminder of the need to approach disciplines with mindful awareness, acknowledging traditional roots while adapting to contemporary understanding of health, well-being. By valuing moderation and compassion, we align with yoga's core teachings that encourage self-acceptance and integration, fostering a path of genuine transformation rather than self-denial. Ultimately, yoga invites us to explore our inner potential with empathy and insight, nurturing a spirit of wholeness that honors both tradition and the modern journey of self-discovery. Extreme asceticism, when purity becomes pain. Throughout history, many have sought purity and spiritual enlightenment through the practice of extreme asceticism, a path marked by severe self-discipline and abstention from worldly pleasures. But what happens when the pursuit of purity crosses a threshold and turns into suffering? Extreme asceticism is often viewed as a testament to human endurance, signaling a commitment to transcend the distractions of the material world. Yet, when pushed to its limits, this approach can transform from a pursuit of purity into an experience dominated by pain and deprivation. Example 1. Consider ascetics who choose to undergo prolonged fasting or live in isolation, believing that such sacrifices can purify the soul and deepen spiritual insight. In some cases, however, these practices result in physical harm, highlighting the delicate balance between dedication and endangerment. Example 2. Imagine individuals who deny themselves basic needs, such as warmth or shelter, in the belief that enduring discomfort will lead to divine revelation. While discipline can fortify the spirit, it can also spiral into self-punishment, overshadowing original intentions of spiritual progress. The concept of purity through suffering has deep roots in various spiritual traditions, but raises important questions. about the nature of enlightenment. Does the path to spiritual awakening necessitate such extreme measures, or is there a gentler route that honors the body while nurturing the soul? Modern perspectives on spirituality often advocate for a balanced approach that embraces the body as an integral part of the spiritual journey, rather than an obstacle to overcome. This shift embodies a broader understanding of holistic well-being, which harmonizes physical health with spiritual growth. This evolution challenges the perception that enlightenment demands extreme sacrifice, suggesting instead that compassionate self-care can lead to profound insights. For seekers today, the ancient practice of extreme asceticism serves as a poignant reminder to seek balance and moderation in spiritual pursuits. By recognizing when purity veers into pain, we acknowledge the value of both discipline and gentleness in the quest for deeper understanding. The path to enlightenment need not be one of deprivation, but rather one of integration where the mind, body, and spirit unify to reveal profound truths. In embracing a balanced path, we honor the wisdom inherent in our physical being, discovering that true purity is found not in suffering, but in the compassionate embrace of our entire selves. When silence turns into spiritual arrogance, silence is often revered in spiritual practices as a means to cultivate inner peace and self-awareness. However, when silence becomes a platform for superiority, it can transform from a tool of enlightenment into a cloak of spiritual arrogance. Let's explore this nuanced transformation. The practice of silence is deeply embedded in many traditions, where it is valued as a way to quiet the mind, deepen reflection, and connect with one's inner self. It encourages listening over speaking, introspection over external engagement, a discipline that nurtures mindfulness and serenity. Example 1. Imagine a practitioner who has embraced silence to attain clarity and focus. Yet, over time, this individual may start viewing their practice as a badge of honor, subtly expressing disdain for those who engage openly with the world, creating a silent divide. Example 2. Consider a spiritual community that holds silence as a pinnacle of achievement. Members might develop an elevated sense of virtue, believing their silent approach signals a higher understanding, often alienating others who follow different paths or practices. In such cases, silence shifts from its original purpose, becoming a source of judgment rather than peace. This subtle shift can foster an environment where spiritual progress is measured not by inner growth, but by affectations of superiority and detachment. The transformation of silence into spiritual arrogance highlights a key spiritual paradox. The very practices designed to dissolve ego can, when distorted, bolster it. This serves as an important reminder that spiritual practices, no matter how noble, should always invite reflection on their purpose and effect. To counter this potential pitfall, practitioners can integrate humility and openness into their practice, ensuring silence is experienced as a means of connection rather than separation. This involves embracing silence, not as a conquest, but as a journey, personal, evolving practice that welcomes different perspectives and approaches. By engaging with silence through a lens of humility, individuals can rediscover its essence as a tool for self-discovery and compassion. Practicing silence with awareness allows us to listen deeply, not only to ourselves but also to the world around us, fostering empathy and understanding. Ultimately, the value of silence lies not in the absence of words, but in the quality of introspection it inspires, inviting us to explore the far reaches of our own consciousness while remaining grounded in our shared humanity. How some used yoga to justify hierarchy and caste. Yoga, celebrated globally as a path to personal well-being and spiritual liberation, carries a complex historical backdrop where it was, at times, used to reinforce social hierarchies and caste distinctions. Today, we'll delve into how the practice, known for its unifying principles, was paradoxically employed to justify division. The practice of yoga has its roots intricately intertwined with various ancient Indian traditions, encompassing diverse philosophies and teachings. Historically, yoga was often practiced and transmitted within certain societal structures, reflecting the cultural dynamics of its time. Example 1. In some historical contexts, access to yogic knowledge and practices was limited to particular castes or spiritual elites. In these instances, the esoteric aspects of yoga were guarded as privileged secrets, reinforcing caste lines and restricting broader participation. Example 2. Certain texts and interpretations emphasized spiritual attainment as a function of one's birth or social status, perpetuating the idea that enlightenment was reserved for those in higher castes, thus aligning spiritual progress with societal hierarchy. These instances illustrate a complex reality where yoga, a practice with the potential to transcend social barriers, was also entwined with them, reflecting the broader societal frameworks in which it existed. This historical usage raises critical questions about how spiritual teachings can be manipulated to uphold existing power structures. In response, modern interpretations of yoga strive to deconstruct these barriers, emphasizing inclusivity and accessibility. The contemporary yoga movement often seeks to remove hierarchical constructs, promoting yoga as a universal practice available to all, regardless of caste, class, or background. This evolution acknowledges the profound potential of yoga to foster equality, connection, and liberation for everyone, aligning more closely with its philosophical roots of unity and oneness. By confronting past uses that justified exclusion, today's practitioners can appreciate yoga as a tool for personal and collective empowerment. Engaging with yoga through this inclusive lens encourages an openness to diverse experiences and narratives, bridging the gaps that once divided. It is a call to honor the spiritual journey's universal nature, ensuring that yoga remains a catalyst for liberation, not limitation. Ultimately, recognizing these historical dynamics empowers us to shape a future where yoga is not just a personal practice, but a shared experience that dismantles barriers rather than building them, fostering a community grounded in compassion and equality. The shadow side of enlightenment. The concept of enlightenment promises profound liberation and an elevated state of being, often pursued as the ultimate spiritual goal. Yet, beneath its radiant surface lies a shadow side, a complex interplay of potential pitfalls and misconceptions that warrant careful reflection. Enlightenment is traditionally portrayed as a state of profound spiritual awakening, characterized by deep understanding, compassion, and inner peace. However, the pursuit of this idealized state can sometimes lead individuals astray, revealing a paradoxical shadow. Example 1. Consider individuals who become so fixated on achieving enlightenment that they neglect the present moment, overlooking the significance of daily experiences and interpersonal relationships. This tunnel vision can lead to a life marked by isolation rather than connection. Example 2. In some cases, the belief in possessing special enlightenment can foster spiritual ego where one views themselves as superior due to their perceived spiritual accomplishments. This phenomenon can cultivate division and judgment rather than the unity and humility that true enlightenment entails. These shadow aspects highlight the risk of enlightenment as a concept being misinterpreted as a destination rather than a continuous journey. When one becomes overly attached to the goal, the quest for enlightenment itself can turn into a source of suffering and distraction. Understanding the shadow side of enlightenment invites a balanced perspective, where enlightenment is viewed not as an escape from the human condition, but as a deeper engagement with it. This involves embracing all aspects of life, including the mundane and challenging, as integral parts of the spiritual path. By acknowledging these shadow elements, practitioners are encouraged to focus on the process of spiritual growth rather than the end point, cultivating qualities like compassion, presence, and mindfulness without attachment to the label of enlightened. This approach invites humility, recognizing that enlightenment is a dynamic, ever-evolving journey that embraces both light and shadow. As we navigate this path, we learn to ground spiritual insights in everyday life, fostering a holistic integration that emphasizes growth and understanding over rigid ideals. Ultimately, enlightenment can be reimagined, not as an exclusive state, but as an ongoing evolution, where each step brings us closer to embodying our deepest values and connecting more authentically with ourselves and others. In this view, the shadow side of enlightenment becomes not a deterrent, but a valuable teacher, guiding us towards a more enriched, empathetic, and genuine spiritual experience. When stillness feeds stagnation, stillness is often lauded in spiritual and mindfulness practices as a powerful tool to cultivate inner peace, clarity, and focus. Yet, if misunderstood, the pursuit of stillness can inadvertently lead to stagnation, a subtle trap where progress gives way to passivity. Let's explore this delicate balance between stillness and stagnation. The practice of stillness invites us to pause, breathe, and allow space for reflection, encouraging a retreat from the chaos of daily life. It champions the idea that within moments of stillness, we find the opportunity for deep introspection and rejuvenation. Example 1. Picture someone deeply committed to meditation who becomes so enamored with the stillness it provides that it becomes an escape from engaging with life's challenges. Instead of fostering resilience, stillness may inadvertently discourage facing necessary changes and growth. Example 2. Consider a routine that prioritizes stillness by avoiding decision-making, resulting in life moving at a standstill. While the intention is to avoid haste, this approach can lead to missed opportunities and reluctance to take actionable steps toward goals. In these scenarios, stillness morphs from a state of renewal to one of inertia, where the comfort of the status quo supersedes the pursuit of dynamic growth. This transformation highlights a critical nuance. Stillness is not an end, but a means to rejuvenate and then re-engage with life more fully. To transform stillness from a potential state of stagnation into a tool for growth, it helps to cultivate an approach that integrates stillness as part of a larger cycle of action and reflection. Stillness can be a valuable pause that informs and energizes future actions, encouraging mindful movement rather than resistance to change. This perspective fosters an adaptive mindset where stillness is deliberately intertwined with purposeful action. It includes recognizing when to pause and reflect, and when to let those reflections guide movement forward. In essence, stillness should be woven into life as an empowering pause providing clarity, not in avoidance, but in preparation for thoughtful, intentional action. By striking this balance, we can appreciate stillness as a dynamic element of growth rather than a static endpoint. Embracing this dynamic relationship between stillness and action allows us to cultivate a more resilient and adaptive approach to life's challenges. In this way, stillness becomes a springboard, launching us into thoughtful engagement with the world, rather than a place where inertia thrives. Ultimately, the dance between stillness and movement enriches our journey, inviting us to navigate life with grace, presence, and continual evolution, ensuring that in our quest for inner peace, we do not lose sight of life's vibrant possibilities. Toxic positivity in modern yoga interpretations. Yoga, widely embraced for its holistic benefits, is often associated with positive thinking and serene mindfulness. However, an emerging concern within modern interpretations of yoga is the prevalence of toxic positivity, a mindset that dismisses authentic emotional expression, favoring an unrealistic guise of perpetual happiness. Let's unpack this shadow aspect and explore how to foster a more balanced approach. In the context of modern yoga, positivity is frequently emphasized as a pathway to a fulfilled and serene life. Encouraging optimism can indeed be uplifting, playing a crucial role in shaping a constructive mindset. Yet, when positivity becomes an obligation rather than a genuine expression, it risks overshadowing our complex human experience. Example 1. Imagine a yoga class where participants are encouraged only to focus on positive thoughts, subtly implying that negative emotions or struggles are unwelcome. This insistence can inadvertently invalidate individuals' genuine feelings, causing guilt or shame for experiencing anything perceived as negative. Example 2. Consider the pressure to always project a cheerful persona on social media platforms, where the emphasis is on presenting an idealized, joyful life through yoga. This can create a false narrative, alienating those who face challenges and struggle to reconcile their internal realities with the curated images they consume. Such interpretations of yoga, steeped in toxic positivity, can lead to a suppression of authentic emotions, discouraging individuals from fully engaging with their spectrum of feelings. This approach is counterproductive to yoga's foundational aim of fostering self-awareness and acceptance. To address this, a more balanced perspective encourages embracing both light and shadow within one's practice. It involves acknowledging all emotions, positive, negative, and everything in between, was valuable components of the human experience. This approach fosters resilience by allowing each emotion to be acknowledged, processed, and integrated. Promoting emotional authenticity within yoga can be achieved by creating spaces where individuals feel safe to express their true selves, free from judgment. This authenticity cultivates a deeper connection to one's inner landscape, nurturing a holistic journey towards self-realization. By recognizing the limitations of excessive positivity, we can honor the practice of yoga as a powerful tool for exploring and embracing the full range of human emotions. This balance enables us to engage with life as it truly is, finding peace and growth amid its complexities. Ultimately, by shifting from toxic positivity to compassionate authenticity, we create a more inclusive and supportive yoga community. This shift underscores the essence of yoga, connecting with ourselves and others through empathy, understanding, and acceptance, paving the way for genuine transformation and healing. When liberation, moksha, becomes an obsession. Moksha, the concept of ultimate liberation or freedom from the cycle of birth and rebirth, holds a revered place in many spiritual traditions. It represents the zenith of spiritual achievement, offering profound solace and enlightenment. Yet, when the pursuit of moksha becomes an all-consuming obsession, it can ironically lead to entrapment. Let us delve into the nuances of this pursuit and its potential pitfalls. Moksha promises spiritual freedom, often portrayed as the cessation of suffering and the achievement of divine unity. The aspiration to attain such a state is inherently noble, aligning with deep-seated spiritual yearnings. However, an intense fixation on reaching moksha can overshadow the essence of the journey itself. Example 1. Imagine a practitioner so consumed by the quest for liberation that their focus narrows to the exclusion of everyday joys and responsibilities. This singular focus can create a sense of detachment from life's immediate experiences, ironically, leading to a form of self-imposed confinement. Example 2. Consider the spiritual aspirant who equates every life choice with its potential impact on achieving moksha, instigating anxiety and self-criticism. Instead of fostering peace, the quest becomes a source of stress and self-judgment, stifling rather than liberating the spirit. These scenarios illustrate how an obsession with liberation can become an obstacle, diverting attention from the present moment where true growth and understanding occur. The pursuit becomes an end in itself, overshadowing the values and teachings meant to guide the journey. To navigate this complex dynamic, it is essential to view moksha not as a distant, abstract goal, but as an evolving process integrated into daily life. This involves appreciating the lessons, challenges, and relationships encountered along the way as integral stepping stones toward deeper understanding and liberation. By shifting the focus from a future state of moksha to present awareness practices, practitioners can cultivate mindfulness, compassion, and connectedness in their current experience. This approach enriches the spiritual path, allowing moksha to unfold naturally as a byproduct of living with intention and awareness. Ultimately, by releasing the obsession with moksha and embracing the journey, spiritual seekers open themselves to genuine liberation. This liberation arises not from the attainment of an idealized endpoint, but through the ongoing practice of living authentically and fully engaged with the world. Through balance and perspective, the pursuit of moksha becomes a harmonious dance between aspiration and presence, guiding seekers towards serenity and freedom, not as a distant promise, but as a lived reality. Chasing emptiness, the danger of wanting nothing. The desire to want nothing may initially seem like a path to ultimate freedoma, rejection of materialism and attachment, often celebrated in various philosophical and spiritual teachings. However, the pursuit of emptiness, when taken to an extreme, can become paradoxically stifling. Let's explore how wanting nothing can lead us down a path of detachment, not liberation. Embracing simplicity and reducing desires often leads to profound insights about what truly matters in life. It encourages the release of attachments that bind us, fostering inner peace. But when the urge to want nothing becomes a compulsive goal, it risks detaching us from the richness of life itself. Example 1. Picture an individual who prides themselves on renouncing all desires in their quest for spiritual purity. This rigid stance can inadvertently lead to a life devoid of joy and connection, where the avoidance of desires becomes an attachment in itself, inhibiting natural human experiences. Example 2. Consider the person who avoids forming attachments to people, believing it essential to their spiritual journey. In doing so, they may miss out on forming meaningful relationships that bring depth, understanding, and purpose integral aspects of the human journey. These scenarios illustrate the potential danger in chasing emptiness. By fixating on wanting nothing, we risk neglecting the present, vibrant life, where desires and experiences shape our personal growth and enrich our existence. To navigate this delicate path, it is crucial to foster a balanced perspective that acknowledges the value of desires as natural and, when approached mindfully, as sources of inspiration and learning. Rather than pursuing emptiness for its own sake, we can strive to cultivate mindful presence, where desires are embraced without becoming all-consuming. This approach involves understanding the impermanence of desires and appreciating the fullness of life they introduce. nurturing a mindset that engages with the world dynamically. By doing so, the emphasis shifts from rejecting desires to integrating them into a life lived with awareness and purpose. Ultimately, the journey is not about severing all desire, but transforming our relationship with it. Through mindfulness and self-awareness, we learn to navigate desires with grace, allowing them to inform and enliven our path rather than obscure it. By embracing life's desires as part of a balanced existence, we can discover a profound sense of freedom not by wanting nothing, but by accepting everything, understanding its place within the tapestry of our lives. In this acceptance, we find a path to genuine liberation and fulfillment. Yogic powers, siddhis, and the temptation of superiority. In the world of yoga and spirituality, the idea of siddhis, or yogic powers, often aroses a realm where extraordinary abilities, like telepathy, levitation, or enhanced intuition, are said to be attainable. While these powers can be alluring, they also bring the temptation of superiority. Let's examine the delicate balance between cultivating inner growth and navigating the allure of siddhis. Siddhis, described in ancient texts, are seen as milestones achieved through disciplined practice and spiritual evolution. They symbolize the latent potential within us. However, if pursued with the sole intent of acquiring power or setting oneself above others, siddhis can detract from the true essence of yoga. Example 1. Imagine a practitioner who develops certain abilities and begins to perceive these powers as a measure of their spiritual success. This perspective can breed arrogance, creating an inner hierarchy where spiritual worth is judged by extraordinary achievements. Example 2. Consider a yoga teacher who advertises their siddhis as credentials to attract students, implying a transcendental superiority that separates them from others. This scenario can foster a sense of division rather than unity, which is antithetical to yogic principles. These examples highlight the risk of viewing siddhis as endpoints rather than byproducts of spiritual practice. When siddhis become a yardstick for superiority, they can pull practitioners away from humility, service, and the core teaching of interconnectedness. To navigate this potential pitfall, it's essential to understand that siddhis, like all abilities, are tools. They should be used with discernment, rooted in compassion, and aligned with the greater good. The real power in yoga lies in cultivating self-awareness, peace, and harmony, rather than merely acquiring supernatural abilities. By emphasizing the journey over the destination, practitioners can remain grounded in their spiritual path. Siddhis, if and when they manifest, should serve as reminders of the inner transformation rather than mere spectacles of power. Ultimately, the true strength in yoga is not measured by the acquisition of extraordinary powers, but by the ability to transcend the ego and live in alignment with universal love and wisdom. This path encourages humility, fostering a deeper connection to oneself and to others, ensuring that any abilities serve the higher purpose of unity and enlightenment. By embracing humility and focusing on inner transformation, yogic powers are no longer temptations of superiority, but rather reflections of a profound journey towards self-discovery and universal harmony. The philosophical idea that desire equals suffering. One of the most compelling ideas in philosophy and spirituality is the equation of desire with suffering. This concept, most notably expressed in Buddhist teachings, suggests that the nature of desire is intricately linked to the experience of suffering. Today, we delve into this profound idea and explore how it illuminates the path to inner peace and contentment. Desire as a root of suffering is central to the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism, which posit that life is pervaded by suffering, and desire is the origin of this suffering. Desires, by their nature, often arise from feelings of lack or incompleteness, creating a perpetual cycle of longing and dissatisfaction. Example 1. Imagine someone who desires a particular lifestyle or possession, believing it will bring happiness. This pursuit can lead to temporary satisfaction, quickly replaced by new desires, keeping the person in a constant state of craving and unrest. The elusive chase for satisfaction through external means leads to a cycle of unfulfilled wants, perpetuating suffering. Example 2. Consider a person driven by the desire for recognition or approval. Their self-worth becomes contingent on external validation, resulting in suffering when expectations are unmet or fleeting, leaving them vulnerable to self-doubt and agitation. These scenarios illustrate how desires can contribute to an ongoing cycle of dissatisfaction. By equating desire with suffering, philosophical teachings urge a re-evaluation of how we engage with our desires and what they mean for our well-being. To break this cycle, it is crucial to cultivate awareness and mindfulness. Rather than being led by desires, we can practice observing them without attachment, recognizing their transient nature, and releasing the hold they have on our happiness. By acknowledging desires, without allowing them to govern our sense of fulfillment, we create space for contentment. This path involves shifting focus from external validation to internal harmony, understanding that true contentment arises from within. By practicing detachment, we transform desires into opportunities for self-reflection and growth, aligning our actions with deeper values rather than transient wants. Ultimately, the insight that desire equals suffering serves as a powerful tool for cultivating inner peace. It encourages a mindful approach to desires, empowering us to transcend the limitations of craving and live more fully in the present moment. When we understand and integrate this philosophical idea, we unlock the potential to experience lasting contentment, free from the endless pursuit of desires, and find harmony within ourselves and the world around us. The anti-life vibe of some yogic teachings. Yoga, as a profound spiritual tradition, offers practices and philosophies that guide us towards enlightenment and inner peace. However, some teachings within the yogic tradition can appear to carry an anti-life vibe perception that retreating from the world is necessary for spiritual growth. In this segment, we explore how these teachings can sometimes seem to discourage engagement with the vibrant tapestry of life. Certain yogic teachings emphasize renunciation and the withdrawal from worldly pursuits, suggesting that true enlightenment requires detachment from life's pleasures and involvements. This approach, while offering deep insights, can lead to the perception that worldly engagement is a distraction from spiritual progress. Example 1. Picture a practitioner who feels compelled to live ascetically, in isolation, believing that abstaining from life's pleasures is essential to purify the soul. While the intention is noble, this rigorous approach can foster a disconnect from the joys and responsibilities that are part of meaningful human existence. Example 2. Consider a teaching that encourages viewing the world as illusory, leading some to question the value of participating fully in life's experiences. This perspective, while designed to emphasize the transience of material reality, can deter individuals from engaging with the world and cherishing the beauty of everyday life. These scenarios highlight a potential pitfall in interpreting yogic teachings as advocating a withdrawal from life. This view can appear anti-life, suggesting that the worldly experience is inherently less worthy than spiritual pursuits. The challenge lies in reconciling deep spiritual practices with a life that embraces existence in all its forms. To balance this, it's crucial to understand the intention behind these teachings. The essence of yoga is not to retreat from life, but to cultivate awareness and presence within it. Detachment, in a yogic sense, implies non-attachment to outcomes and a deeper engagement with life through a lens of equanimity and mindfulness. Engaging fully with life while practicing mindful detachment allows us to experience the world with an open heart and a calm mind. By acknowledging the temporary nature of life's experiences, we ground ourselves in the present moment, appreciating life's beauty while maintaining inner peace. Ultimately, the goal of yoga is to integrate spiritual insight with vibrant living, transforming daily interactions into expressions of love, compassion, and wisdom. Rather than viewing some yogic teachings as anti-life, we can interpret them as guiding us to live more fully, deeply connected to ourselves and the world around us. In embracing this unity, we find that life's tapestry is enriched by spirituality, not diminished, empowering us to live authentically and joyfully within the world. How some sages denied the body entirely. Throughout history, there have been sages and spiritual practitioners who have chosen to deny the body in pursuit of higher consciousness. This ascetic path, marked by rigorous disciplines and self-restraint, aimed to transcend the physical form to achieve spiritual enlightenment. In this segment, we explore why some sages adopted this approach and consider its implications for modern spiritual practice. The denial of the body can be traced back to the belief that the body, with its desires and needs, is a barrier to spiritual realization. Ascetic practices often involve fasting, celibacy, and rigorous meditation to overcome bodily impulses, aiming to purify the spirit. Example 1. Picture a sage who engages in prolonged periods of fasting and meditation, retreating from physical comforts to deepen their connection with the divine. This path of austerity reflects a belief that transcending bodily needs can lead to true liberation and wisdom. Example 2. Consider a spiritual teacher who teaches detachment from all bodily pleasures, living in simplicity and solitude. This has roots in the idea that bodily attachment distracts the mind and binds the soul to the earthly plane, preventing higher consciousness. While these examples demonstrate a profound commitment to spiritual goals, they also highlight potential challenges in denying the body entirely. Complete renunciation can lead to a dichotomy between the body and spirit, suggesting that the physical self is somehow opposed to spiritual growth. In modern contexts, this view is often reassessed. Contemporary spiritual practices frequently emphasize the integration of body and mind, recognizing the body as a vessel that participates in the spiritual journey. Rather than seeing the body as an obstacle, it is viewed as a partner to the mind and spirit, offering unique opportunities for growth and awareness. To balance this ancient tradition of bodily denial with modern understandings, it's helpful to adopt a holistic approach. Embracing both physical well-being and spiritual insight nurtures a more complete sense of self. Mindfulness practices, such as yoga and meditation, illustrate how physical awareness can enhance, rather than hinder, spiritual experience. Ultimately, recognizing the body as an integral part of the spiritual journey allows for a compassionate approach to both physical and spiritual needs. This balance encourages us to listen to the wisdom of the body, using it as a tool for greater awareness and presence. By honoring the body alongside the mind and spirit, we create a harmonious path that acknowledges our full humanity, celebrating the body as a sacred aspect of the spiritual journey. In this way, ancient teachings on bodily denial provide a perspective that enhances our understanding of holistic spiritual growth in today's world. The guilt of being too worldly. In pursuing spiritual growth, many individuals encounter feelings of guilt over being too worldly. This sense of guilt often stems from the belief that spiritual growth requires a departure from worldly pursuits and desires. Today, we explore why this feeling arises and how it can be addressed in the context of leading a balanced and fulfilling life. The idea of being worldly typically refers to an engagement with material pleasures and the everyday concerns of life. In many spiritual traditions, detachment from worldly desires is emphasized as a path to enlightenment, which can inadvertently lead to feelings of guilt when one indulges in or values these aspects of life. Example 1. Consider someone dedicated to their spiritual practice who enjoys career success and financial stability. They may feel guilty or conflicted, worrying that their enjoyment of material wealth might be at odds with their spiritual goals, creating an inner turmoil about how to prioritize their life. Example 2. Take an individual who finds joy in social gatherings and cultural experiences. They may fear that their appreciation for these worldly enjoyments indicates a lack of spiritual depth, leading to guilt over perceived indulgence and attachment. These examples illustrate a common struggle, reconciling the desire for spiritual growth with the inherent joys and responsibilities of daily life. The guilt of being too worldly arises from an internal conflict between physical reality and spiritual aspiration. However, it is critical to understand that spirituality and worldliness are not mutually exclusive. Spiritual teachings often encourage recognizing the divine within the physical realm and finding spiritual growth through everyday experiences. By shifting the perspective from renunciation to integration, individuals can see how worldly experiences contribute to their spiritual development. Practicing mindfulness can transform routine activities into opportunities for spiritual growth. For instance, cultivating gratitude in daily life enhances appreciation for both material and spiritual abundance. Similarly, engaging wholeheartedly with work and relationships can foster compassion, resilience, and connectedness, all valuable components of a spiritual journey. Ultimately, releasing the guilt of being too worldly involves embracing a holistic view of spirituality. This approach honors the interconnectedness of all life experiences, recognizing that every moment offers a chance for growth and reflection. By weaving spirituality into the fabric of worldly life, we cultivate a truly integrated and harmonious existence. In conclusion, acknowledging and appreciating the world as a vital part of spiritual practice allows us to transcend guilt, finding peace and fulfillment in both the spiritual and the material aspects of our lives. This balanced perspective leads to a richer, more authentic experience of life, free from unnecessary guilt and full of meaningful spiritual and worldly engagements. Death as the ultimate meditation in yogic texts. In the profound teachings of yoga, concepts about life and death are explored deeply to understand the essence of being. Among these, death is often regarded not as an end, but as a pivotal meditation and opportunity for liberation and ultimate understanding. In this segment, we delve into how yogic texts present death as the ultimate meditation and what this means for our spiritual journey. In yogic philosophy, the idea of impermanence is central. Death is seen as the ultimate reminder of impermanence, encouraging us to confront and understand the nature of life itself. This contemplation is not meant to evoke fear, but to deepen awareness and appreciation for the present moment. Example 1. Imagine a meditation practice focused on visualizing the death moment. This practice is designed not to morbidly fixate on death, but to cultivate a detachment from the ego and material attachments, aligning practitioners with their true, eternal nature. Example 2. Consider the teachings about Mahasamadhi, a concept in yogic tradition where an enlightened yogi consciously departs from the physical body at the time of death. This underscores the belief that death, approached with awareness, leads to a profound union with the divine, reflecting a conscious transition rather than a termination. These practices and beliefs illustrate a key aspect of yogic teachings, understanding death as a continuum of existence rather than a cessation. By meditating on death, practitioners are guided to dissolve fear and attachment, finding peace in the transient nature of worldly life. Modern spiritual seekers can learn to embrace death as a meditation by incorporating an awareness of impermanence into daily practices. Mindfulness techniques, such as remembering that everything is part of a temporary cycle, prompt a deeper engagement with life's fleeting beauty and inherent interconnectedness. Focusing on death as the ultimate meditation invites us to live more fully and intentionally. By confronting our impermanence, priorities shift towards what is truly meaningful. Acts of compassion, authenticity, and presence become paramount, shaping a life that honors both spiritual and worldly dimensions. Ultimately, integrating the concept of death into meditation brings a transformative understanding of life. It teaches us that by embracing our finite nature, we access a deeper, eternal consciousness, liberating us from fear and enriching our spiritual journey. In embracing death as the ultimate meditation, we learn to live with an open heart, embracing each moment as an opportunity to connect with the eternal essence within ourselves and the universe. This profound understanding leads not only to spiritual awakening, but also to a richer, more compassionate engagement with the world around us. Obsession with reincarnation and karma tracking. The concepts of reincarnation and karma are deeply rooted in many spiritual traditions, offering a framework for understanding the cycles of life and the ethical implications of our actions. However, there can be an overwhelming obsession with precisely tracking one's past and future lives and tallying karmic balances. In today's segment, we explore why this obsession occurs, its potential pitfalls, and how to approach these concepts with balance and wisdom. Reincarnation suggests that souls experience numerous lifetimes, with each life providing opportunities for growth and learning. Karma, meanwhile, is the principle that our actions have consequences, influencing our current and future experiences. Together, these ideas promote a deeper understanding of life's continuity and moral responsibility. Example 1. Imagine someone intensely focused on discovering past life identities and specific events, believing that uncovering these details holds the key to solving present challenges. This focus can lead to an overemphasis on past events rather than addressing current issues directly. Example 2. Consider the individual fixated on karma tracking, meticulously judging each experience and event as a result of past actions. This hyperfocus can create anxiety, leading to a life governed by a transactional view of spirituality rather than one of compassion and growth. These examples illuminate how the obsession with reincarnation and karma tracking may hinder spiritual development. Instead of fostering insight, such preoccupations often divert attention from the present moment, where genuine transformation occurs. To address this, it is helpful to adopt a balanced perspective that incorporates understanding and acceptance. Recognizing reincarnation and karma as valuable teachings, rather than rigid frameworks, empowers individuals to focus on living ethically and mindfully in the present. Mindfulness and meditation practices can redirect attention from speculative past and future events to the here and now. These practices encourage realizing that while karma influences our lives, it does not determine them entirely. every moment offers a chance for conscious action and growth. Ultimately, the wisdom of reincarnation and karma lies in fostering an awareness of our interconnectedness and encouraging stewardship of our thoughts, actions, and intentions. By reframing our relationship with these concepts, we can cultivate a more compassionate, present-oriented approach to life. In conclusion, releasing the obsession with reincarnation and karma tracking allows for a deeper, more meaningful engagement with life. By embracing the present moment fully and acting with intention and compassion, we align ourselves with the true spirit of these teachings, one that promotes personal and spiritual growth, transforming us into more enlightened beings. The fear of samsara, never escaping the cycle. For many on the spiritual path, the concept of samsarathi cycle of birth, death, and rebirth can seem daunting. This cycle represents the ongoing journey of experiencing life's challenges and suffering, driven by desires and ignorance. In today's segment, we delve into why the fear of samsara arises and how understanding this cycle can transform our approach to life and spiritual practice. Samsara is a central theme in many Eastern philosophies, symbolizing the repetitive cycle of existence characterized by suffering and attachment. The fear of never escaping this cycle often stems from a desire for liberation or moksha, freedom from all forms of suffering and rebirth. Example 1. Consider someone deeply invested in spiritual growth yet troubled by the idea of being trapped in the endless cycle of samsara. The thought of perpetually navigating through life's trials and tribulations can foster anxiety and a sense of helplessness. Example 2. Imagine an individual who experiences intense fear over accumulating negative karma, worrying that it will lead to undesirable future births. This anxiety can detract from living presently and joyfully, overshadowing their spiritual pursuits. These examples illustrate how the fear of samsara can create a paradox. The very quest for spiritual liberation can become a source of distress if approached with fear rather than understanding. Addressing this fear involves shifting perspective from racing to escape samsara to embracing it as a valuable teacher. The cycle of samsara offers opportunities for growth, compassion, and wisdom, each life presenting a chance to evolve and deepen our understanding. Developing mindfulness and compassion are key strategies to mitigate fear and anxiety surrounding samsara. By embracing the present moment, we reduce attachment and aversion, ultimately diminishing the hold samsara has on our consciousness. Furthermore, practicing detachment from outcomes enables us to engage fully in life's experiences without being overwhelmed by them. Recognizing that each moment holds transformative potential shifts, focus from fear of the cycle to engaging in conscious, meaningful living. Ultimately, the goal is not to fear samsara, but to transcend it by elevating our awareness and actions. When we approach samsara as the journey rather than the obstacle, we cultivate a life enriched with purpose, compassion, and liberation from within. In conclusion, transforming the fear of samsara into understanding and acceptance allows us to live more fully and joyfully. By focusing on present spiritual practices, we align with the essence of liberation, discovering that freedom is not solely an escape from samsara, but a deeper, more profound engagement with it. How yoga was once only for elite men. Today, yoga is celebrated and practiced by people of all genders and backgrounds globally. However, historically, yoga was not always the inclusive discipline we know today. In this segment, we explore how yoga was once reserved exclusively for elite men, why this was the case, and how the practice has evolved to become a universal path for well-being and spiritual growth. In ancient times, yoga emerged within the cultural and religious traditions of India, primarily tied to spiritual pursuits and ascetic practices. During this period, access to education and sacred teachings was often limited to specific segments of society, with upper caste male members being the primary recipients. Example 1. Early yoga texts like the Upanishads and the Yoga Sutras were integral in developing yoga's philosophical foundations, but studying these sacred texts was largely reserved for Brahmin menthos with the highest societal standing and spiritual authority. Example 2. Traditional yogic practices, such as those developed in ashrams, required dedicating significant time and resources to spiritual learning and austerities, elements typically accessible to affluent men with the freedom to pursue such paths. These examples highlight how the practice of yoga was shaped by social and cultural structures that prioritized certain demographics, consequently limiting its reach. Over the centuries, significant shifts began to occur. Social changes and movements toward inclusivity started reshaping yoga's accessibility. Pioneering teachers like Krishnamacharya played a vital role in modernizing yoga, gradually opening its teachings to a broader audience, including women and people beyond the traditional elite spheres. In the 20th century, figures such as Indra Devi and BKS Iyengar further championed yoga's accessibility, promoting its benefits to a global audience irrespective of gender, caste, or economic status. This democratization of yoga marked a pivotal change, leading to the diverse practice we participate in today. Today, yoga stands as a universal discipline, embracing diversity and offering a path for health, balance, and spiritual connection to all who seek it. Modern yoga celebrates inclusivity, with practices tailored to accommodate various abilities and preferences, encouraging personal and collective growth. This evolution of yoga, from exclusivity to inclusivity, underscores the transformative power of cultural exchange and adaptation. By embracing a variety of perspectives, yoga continues to flourish and adapt, proving its timeless relevance in promoting harmony and unity. In conclusion, understanding the historical context of yoga's evolution helps us appreciate the diversity and accessibility of modern practice. By honoring the past and celebrating the present, we continue to nurture yoga as a living tradition that unites and uplifts communities worldwide. Women's exclusion in ancient yoga traditions. Yoga, revered today as a unifying practice, has a history marked by exclusions that might surprise many contemporary practitioners. In this segment, we delve into the exclusion of women from traditional yoga practices in ancient times, exploring the reasons behind this barrier, its impacts, and the journey toward inclusivity. In its historical roots, yoga was often intertwined with religious and spiritual pursuits predominantly controlled by men. This trend was a reflection of broader social structures that marginalized women from educational and spiritual domains. Example 1. Traditional texts like the Vedas and the subsequent spiritual teachings of the Upanishads played a fundamental role in defining early yoga philosophy. However, these texts were generally studied by men from the priestly caste, excluding both women and lower caste men from accessing this knowledge. Example 2. Ascetic paths, which involved renouncing worldly life in pursuit of spiritual enlightenment, were typically seen as the domain of men. Women's societal roles were primarily defined in terms of family and domestic responsibilities, placing spiritual practices like yoga out of reach. The exclusion of women from yoga highlighted a broader cultural perception of women as primarily tied to the physical and material, rather than the spiritual and ascetic. However, the winds of change began to blow as social attitudes evolved. By the medieval period, certain traditions and sects deviated from rigid norms, with figures like Akka Mahadevi and Laleshwari advocating for women's spiritual rights and expressing their own spiritual experiences through poetry and teachings. The modern era ushered in a pivotal transformation. Influential yogis such as B. K. S. Iyengar and T. Krishnamacharya began their efforts to democratize yoga, making the practice accessible to people of all genders. International interest in yoga further propelled this change, as Western women practitioners like Indra Devi became pivotal in promoting yoga globally and shattering the constraints of exclusivity. Today, yoga symbolizes inclusivity and empowerment. Women from diverse backgrounds engage with the practice as students, teachers, and innovators, enriching yoga with diverse perspectives and insights, and contributing to its ongoing evolution. Reflecting on this journey from exclusion to inclusivity enhances our appreciation for yoga's dynamic history. It reminds us of the enduring power of perseverance and the collective efforts that have transformed yoga into a shared human heritage. In conclusion, by understanding the historical barriers women faced, we can better celebrate the progress made and continue to champion equality within all spiritual and physical practices. The story of yoga's transformation serves as a testament to resilience and the universal nature of spiritual pursuits. The forgotten femininity of yogic wisdom. Yoga, with its rich tapestry of teachings, is often perceived through a lens that overlooks the vital contributions and feminine aspects of its wisdom. In this segment, we explore the forgotten femininity within yogic traditions, uncover how these elements have shaped the practice, and recognize the feminine influence that persists to this day. While ancient yoga is frequently associated with male sages and practitioners, there are profound aspects of yoga that embody feminine qualities, such as intuition, nurturing, and receptivity elements integral to its holistic philosophy. Example 1. Many ancient Indian texts and traditions personify powerful feminine forces through deities like Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom, and Shakti, representing divine energy and creativity. These figures embody aspects central to yoga and remind us of the feminine roots that underpin spiritual wisdom and transformation. Example 2. Notably, women like Gargi Vachaknavi, an ancient philosopher who participated in philosophical debates alongside male sages, demonstrate that women have long been carriers and contributors to spiritual knowledge, despite being less visible in the historical narrative. These examples highlight the often overlooked contributions of feminine figures and concepts to the yogic landscape, reflecting a more comprehensive view of its origins and evolution. As industrialization and colonial influences spread, there emerged a tendency to rationalize and masculinize yoga practices, often overshadowing its feminine aspects. Yet, modern movements seek to rebalance this by re-emphasizing the importance of yin practices, like restorative yoga, which focus on stillness and inward reflection qualities traditionally associated with femininity. These shifts are reflected in the diverse ways individuals approach yoga today, embracing a balance between dynamic masculine energies and intuitive feminine energies to foster personal growth and healing. Today's yoga community celebrates inclusivity, welcoming all expressions of gender and honoring the feminine as equally significant to the practice. From the rise of women yoga teachers to the renewal of feminine-centered aspects of yoga philosophy, the contemporary yoga landscape continually expands and evolves. Recognizing the feminine in yoga is more than recalling historical contributions. It's about honoring an integral part of the practice that nurtures balance, intuition, and emotional depth. In conclusion, exploring the forgotten femininity of yogic wisdom enriches our understanding of yoga as a holistic practice. By appreciating and integrating these feminine aspects, we cultivate a more balanced and inclusive path, reflective of yoga's true diversity and depth. Misinterpretation of surrender, Ishvara Pranidhana. One of the philosophical cornerstones in the practice of yoga is the concept of surrender, or Ishvara Pranidhana. However, this principle often faces misinterpretation, leading to confusion in its application. In this segment, we unravel the true essence of Ishvara Pranidhana, examining common misconceptions and reinstating its significance to deepen our spiritual journey. In the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, Ishvara Pranidhana is introduced as part of the Niyamastha self-discipline practices that guide our journey both on and off the mat. It calls for devotion, humility, and surrender to a higher power, transcending ego and personal limitations to embrace a broader consciousness. Example 1. A prevalent misunderstanding equates surrender with passivity or inaction, suggesting it involves relinquishing personal effort or responsibility entirely. This interpretation, though, overlooks the active engagement and mindfulness embedded in Ishvara Pranidhana, where surrender is about letting go of attachments to outcomes, not the abandonment of action. Example 2. Another misinterpretation assumes surrender requires subscribing to a specific religious belief or deity. In reality, Ishvara Pranidhana accommodates numerous interpretations, allowing practitioners to align with any concept of higher consciousness or universal truth that resonates with them personally. These examples highlight the importance of understanding Ishvara Pranidhana as an empowering practice that enhances personal agency and spiritual alignment rather than diminishes them. Correctly interpreted, Ishvara Pranidhana is about cultivating trust and openness. It asks us to carry forward our actions with intention, but without rigid expectations, nurturing a mindset of acceptance and resilience, irrespective of our individual beliefs. In a modern context, surrender can be seen as living with mindful awareness, embracing the present moment fully while releasing control over what the future holds. This perspective aligns with practices of mindfulness and acceptance, foundational to contemporary well-being and psychological resilience. Modern practitioners find relevance in Ishvara Pranidhana not just on the mat, but in daily life learning to approach challenges with a sense of patience and faith, seeing experiences as opportunities for growth. By shifting from misinterpretation to a deeper understanding, we recognize Ishvara Pranidhana as an invitation to let go of unnecessary burdens and trust in the unfolding journey. It teaches us to harmonize effort with humility, effort with grace. In conclusion, unraveling the true meaning of surrender in yoga invites us to embrace a profound path of personal freedom. Through Ishvara Pranidhana, we cultivate resilience, humility, and trust, empowering our lives with greater meaning and connection to the vastness of the world around us. The idea that pain is a teacher, for better or worse. The notion that pain serves as a teacher is a pervasive theme in many spiritual and philosophical traditions, including yoga. While this perspective holds transformative potential, it also carries complexities that merit careful consideration. In this segment, we explore the dual nature of pain as a teacher, examining how it can lead to growth and the pitfalls of misinterpretation. Pain, both physical and emotional, can indeed act as a profound catalyst for change. It often signals areas in our lives that require attention, adjustment, or healing, urging us to reflect deeply and learn. Example 1. In the context of physical yoga practice, discomfort might highlight limitations in our body, prompting us to adopt patience and fine-tune our approach. Here, pain teaches awareness, and the importance of honoring personal boundaries. Example 2. On an emotional level, experiences of pain often drive introspection and personal growth. Adversity, though challenging, can foster resilience, deeper empathy, and a more nuanced understanding of the human experience. These examples illustrate how, by listening to pain, we might glean valuable insights that contribute to our journey of self-discovery and growth. However, it's crucial to recognize the potential for misinterpretation. The idea that pain is inherently beneficial can lead to the glorification of suffering, or the mistaken belief that enduring pain is a necessary path to enlightenment. This misunderstanding can encourage harmful behaviors or the neglect of necessary care and support. Furthermore, not all pain provides constructive lessons. Persistent physical pain may indicate the need for professional intervention, while emotional pain may require compassionate support and healing time rather than rigorous self-examination. In the modern wellness landscape, discerning when pain serves as a genuine teacher and when it requires healing is essential. Practitioners must cultivate self-compassion and mindfulness to differentiate between pushing through discomfort for growth versus acknowledging limits and seeking assistance. Incorporating balance, one can use practices like meditation and reflective journaling to decipher the messages pain may carry, allowing for discernment and wise responses. Ultimately, viewing pain as a teacher invites us to engage with life's challenges proactively and consciously, but with the awareness that kindness and care for oneself are equally vital. In conclusion, discerning the lessons pain may offer requires a delicate and informed approach. By acknowledging its dual nature, we empower ourselves to learn, grow, and heal without unnecessary suffering, leading to a more balanced and compassionate path. How yoga can be used as an escape from responsibility. Yoga is often celebrated for its profound ability to enhance well-being, cultivate inner peace, and foster personal growth. However, like any practice, it can be misused, particularly as a means to escape responsibilities and challenges in life. In this segment, we delve into how yoga might be used as an escape, examining both the allure and pitfalls of this misuse, while offering guidance on how to foster a balanced practice. The transformative power of yoga lies in its capacity to center ourselves, providing a refuge from the stresses of daily life. This aspect is beneficial, particularly in a fast-paced world that demands constant attention and action. Example 1. Practitioners may find solace on their yoga mats, using the practice as a retreat to temporarily disconnect from overwhelming demands or emotional challenges. This can be a healthy, restorative practice when balanced appropriately with active engagement in life. Example 2. However, there's a fine line between using yoga as a momentary refuge and using it as a means to avoid confronting responsibilities or issues. For instance, someone might choose extended yoga sessions to sidestep difficult conversations or decisions, inadvertently fostering avoidance rather than resolution. These examples highlight when yoga shifts from being a mindful practice to a habitual escape from the realities one must address in life. It becomes crucial to recognize when yoga turns into an avoidance mechanism. This can lead to an imbalance where the practice becomes an end in itself rather than a supportive tool for living a genuinely engaged and responsible life. For those who find themselves leaning toward using yoga as an escape, integrating awareness into practice can provide clarity. Reflective journaling, mindfulness techniques, or even setting intentions at the start of practice can help align yoga with life's broader responsibilities. Moreover, integrating lessons learned from yoga into daily interactions and responsibilities can foster accountability and personal growth. For instance, the patience cultivated on the mat can help navigate stressful situations, or emotional resilience can support us through life's inevitable challenges. Ultimately, a balanced yoga practice empowers us not just to find refuge, but to return to life's complexities with greater clarity and resolve, reinforcing our connections and responsibilities to the world around us. In conclusion, while yoga offers a powerful form of relief from life's pressures, mindful practice ensures it remains a tool for empowerment rather than escape. By maintaining awareness and intent, yoga enriches our lives, promoting balance and responsibility in all aspects. The spiritual ego. I am more evolved than you. The journey of spirituality is rooted in personal growth, mindfulness, and the dissolution of ego. However, paradoxically, spiritual development can sometimes give rise to what's known as the spiritual ego, where achievements in personal or spiritual practices lead to feelings of superiority. In this segment, we explore the concept of the spiritual ego, its manifestations, and ways to foster genuine growth without falling into its trap. The spiritual ego emerges when individuals, consciously or unconsciously, begin to equate spiritual achievements with self-worth, viewing themselves as more evolved than others. This mindset often contradicts the core tenets of humility and interconnectedness that spirituality promotes. Example 1. One might encounter the spiritual ego in yoga classes, where someone prides themselves unduly on their ability to perform complex asanas, seeing it as a sign of spiritual advancement rather than embracing yoga as a personal practice and journey. Example 2. Discussions about mindfulness or meditation can sometimes be tinged with the spiritual ego, where individuals assert their practices or insights as superior, dismissing others' experiences or paths as less valid or enlightened. These examples illustrate how the spiritual ego can inadvertently foster division, moving individuals away from inclusive growth and shared community. The dangers of the spiritual ego are manifold. It can lead to isolation, as others may feel judged or alienated, disrupting the communal and supportive aspects of spiritual practices. Moreover, it can hinder personal growth, as the focus shifts from internal development to external validation and comparison. To navigate the terrain of spiritual growth without falling prey to the spiritual ego, cultivating awareness and humility is key. Regular self-reflection through journaling or meditation can aid in recognizing the ego's subtle intrusions. Additionally, fostering a mindset of lifelong learning and openness to others' perspectives enriches one's journey and dismantles the notion of being more evolved. Engaging in diverse communities and embracing the concept that everyone is both a teacher and a student keeps ego in check. Ultimately, the spiritual path is deeply personal, yet universally connected, inviting growth, humility, and understanding rather than comparison or hierarchy. In conclusion, by acknowledging and mitigating the influences of the spiritual ego, we encourage a path of genuine evolution marked by compassion, humility, and authenticity. This alignment not only enhances our personal journey, but also enriches the communities and connections that sustain it. The delusion of instant enlightenment. In an age where instant gratification often takes precedence, the notion of instant enlightenment captures a compelling yet often misleading allure. While quick spiritual transformations might seem appealing, the journey towards enlightenment is typically characterized by complexity and gradual unfolding. In this segment, we explore the delusion of instant enlightenment, its implications, and how to genuinely engage in spiritual growth. The idea of achieving enlightenment instantaneously is tempting, particularly when marketed as attainable through a single practice, retreat, or workshop. This perception can stem from the desire to quickly overcome life's challenges or to attain a profound state of peace and understanding without sustained effort. Example 1. Consider the trend where individuals participate in short, intensive retreats, emerging with the belief that significant spiritual awakening has occurred. While retreats can spark insight, true enlightenment is usually a lifelong journey rather than a momentary shift. Example 2. In the realm of online spirituality, courses or programs might promise rapid enlightenment through simplified teachings, often bypassing the nuanced and often challenging path of deep self-discovery and transformation. These examples highlight how the promise of instant enlightenment can lead to unrealistic expectations and disregard the profound depth that authentic spiritual practices require. The pursuit of instant enlightenment can result in various pitfalls. One might become disillusioned when quick results don't materialize, potentially leading to abandonment of spiritual practices altogether. Additionally, this mindset can stagnate personal growth, as the allure of the destination overshadows the value of the journey itself. To engage genuinely in the journey of spiritual growth, embracing patience and adopting a mindset of continuous learning is essential. Recognizing that enlightenment is a gradual unfolding one that involves sustained practice, reflection, and self-awareness encourages a richer and more meaningful process. Incorporating regular mindfulness practices, such as meditation, into daily life can support steady, incremental progress. Engaging with spiritual communities or seeking mentorship can also provide guidance, encouragement, and perspective along the way. Ultimately, the path to enlightenment invites us to embrace the journey as a dynamic process rather than a singular event. In doing so, we allow ourselves to evolve organically, gaining insights, compassion, and deeper self-awareness over time. In conclusion, while the allure of instant enlightenment may be captivating, true growth lies in patience, persistence, and openness to ongoing discovery. By valuing the process itself, we cultivate a pathway to genuine understanding and fulfillment. Becoming addicted to bliss states. The allure of bliss states those transcendent moments during meditation or spiritual practice when one experiences profound peace, joy, and a sense of connection can be enticing. However, just as with any enjoyable experience, it's possible to become overly attached or even addicted to these states, inadvertently obstructing genuine spiritual growth. In this segment, we explore the phenomenon of becoming addicted to bliss states, its implications, and how to maintain a balanced and authentic spiritual practice. Bliss states often serve as significant milestones on one's spiritual journey, offering glimpses of profound inner harmony and connection. They are powerful motivators that encourage continued practice and exploration. Example 1. Imagine a meditator who repeatedly seeks the euphoric tranquility they once experienced during a session, progressively extending their meditation time in pursuit of replicating that elusive state, sometimes to the point of neglecting other aspects of personal growth or daily life. Example 2. Consider a practitioner of yoga who prioritizes achieving a blissful state at the expense of the physical and philosophical aspects of the practice, using yoga solely as a means to escape into euphoria rather than embracing its holistic benefits. These examples illustrate how the pursuit of bliss states, while seemingly beneficial, can become a fixation that detracts from the essence of spiritual practices. The risk of becoming addicted to bliss states lies in the imbalance it creates. When the focus narrows solely to achieving these states, it can lead to frustration, disillusionment, or an overlooking of deeper self-awareness and growth opportunities present in everyday challenges. To maintain a balanced approach to spiritual practice, it's essential to cultivate mindfulness and acknowledgement of the full spectrum of experiences, both blissful and mundane, recognizing that every moment, whether filled with joy, peace, or challenge, contributes to spiritual growth, promotes a holistic engagement with practice. Regularly integrating reflective journaling or discussions with a mentor or spiritual community can provide valuable insights into balancing blissful experiences with personal development. Ultimately, true spiritual growth involves appreciating the transient nature of bliss states while embracing the ongoing process of learning and evolving. This requires openness to every aspect of our journey, from the peaks of transcendence to the valleys of everyday life. In conclusion, while bliss states can be profound and transformative, sustaining a balanced and fulfilling spiritual practice means appreciating every experience for its unique contribution to our journey. In this way, we nurture genuine growth and deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Spiritual narcissism, hidden behind humility. In the realm of spirituality, humility is valued as a cornerstone virtue. It encourages openness, compassion, and interconnectedness. However, at times, the virtue of humility can be overshadowed by an insidious form of spiritual narcissism condition, where the ego disguises itself under the pretense of selflessness or modesty. In this segment, we examine the concept of spiritual narcissism hidden behind humility, its manifestations, and how to foster genuine humility on the spiritual path. Spiritual narcissism occurs when individuals, often unconsciously, use spirituality as a means to bolster their self-image. This can create an illusion of humility while subtly feeding the ego. Example 1. Consider a spiritual leader who frequently emphasizes their simple lifestyle or dedication to service, yet subtly seeks recognition and admiration for their perceived humility, thereby reinforcing a sense of superiority over others. Example 2. Reflect on an individual who often downplays their spiritual achievements or insights in social settings, drawing attention to their humility, yet does so in a manner that invites praise and validation from others. These examples highlight how humility, when intertwined with the ego, can morph into spiritual narcissism, obscuring the true essence of selflessness and service. The hidden nature of this form of narcissism poses unique challenges. It can foster judgment towards others, perceived as less humble or aware, creating division instead of unity. Moreover, it may prevent individuals from truly engaging in self-reflection, as the facade of humility shields them from confronting their ego's subtle maneuvers. To cultivate authentic humility, it is essential to engage in consistent self-inquiry and mindfulness. This practice involves acknowledging the ego's presence without judgment and remaining aware of how it might manifest in thoughts, actions, or words. Engaging in practices that emphasize gratitude, empathy, and service without seeking recognition helps reinforce genuine humility. By focusing on the collective benefit and expressing gratitude for the contributions of others, we support an environment of shared growth and interconnectedness. Ultimately, spirituality invites us to strike a balance between self-awareness and self-forgetfulness, fostering an environment of genuine humility that enhances both personal and communal evolution. True humility arises when the egos hold lessons, allowing our authentic selves to engage more openly and compassionately with the world. In conclusion, awareness and discernment are key to identifying and mitigating spiritual narcissism. By nurturing genuine humility, we remain aligned with the heart of spiritual practice: compassion, connection, and authentic growth. Yoga and cult mentality, a thin line. Yoga, an ancient practice revered for its ability to harmonize mind, body, and spirit, has transformed into a global phenomenon embraced by millions. However, within some yoga communities, a concerning aspect can emerge: a thin line between collective practice and a cult-like mentality. In this segment, we explore the dynamics between yoga and cult mentality, the signs to watch for, and how to sustain a healthy, authentic practice. Yoga's allure often stems from its promise of community, personal growth, and spiritual insight. Yet, it's crucial to remain vigilant about the dynamics that can sometimes develop within groups centered around charismatic teachers or rigid doctrines. Example 1. Imagine a yoga community where a single teacher is elevated to a position of absolute authority, their teachings treated as the sole truth, with dissenting opinions or external practices looked down upon or discouraged. Example 2. Consider a studio where members are subtly pressured to conform to the group's social norms or financially contribute excessively, creating an environment where questioning or critical thinking is stifled. These examples illustrate how a cult mentality can manifest, where dependency on the group or leader replaces independent exploration and personal empowerment. Cult mentality can pose significant risks, including emotional manipulation, loss of personal autonomy, and an environment of exclusion or elitism. In extreme cases, it can lead to unhealthy power dynamics and even psychological harm. To maintain a healthy relationship with yoga and avoid the pitfalls of cult mentality, it's essential to foster an environment of inclusivity, openness, and critical thinking. Encouraging diverse perspectives, questioning, and dialogue within a community enriches the practice and supports individual growth. Practitioners should feel empowered to explore various teachings and styles, nurturing a sense of autonomy in their spiritual journey. Choosing a teacher or community that values personal growth over blind allegiance can lead to a more balanced and enriching experience. Ultimately, authentic yoga practice honors both individuality and community, encouraging mutual respect and shared learning. By remaining mindful of the dynamics within yoga communities, practitioners can benefit from transformative experiences without the constraints of a cult-like mentality. In conclusion, by being aware of the thin line between sincere practice and cult-like dynamics, individuals can ensure their yoga journey remains empowering, inclusive, and aligned with the true spirit of self-discovery and unity. Misuse of Tantra in the name of yoga. Tantra, a profound and multifaceted spiritual tradition, often evokes curiosity and interest due to its rich philosophical depth and transformative practices. Unfortunately, in recent years, Tantra has sometimes been misrepresented and misused, particularly in the context of modern yoga, leading to misconceptions and misunderstandings. In this segment, we delve into the misuse of Tantra in the name of yoga, exploring its implications and how to approach this ancient tradition with respect and authenticity. Tantra's holistic approach spans various practices, including meditation, mantra, rituals, and asanas, aiming for spiritual liberation and self-realization. However, in some circles, its elements are isolated and sensationalized, overshadowing its true essence. Example 1. Picture a workshop advertised under the guise of Tantra Yoga, focusing solely on sexual techniques or intimacy exercises, without acknowledging the broader spiritual framework. or ethical principles inherent in genuine Tantra. Example 2. Consider a retreat promising enlightenment or transformation through superficial practices labeled as Tantra, while lacking proper historical context or guidance from well-versed teachers, authentically rooted in tantric traditions. These examples illustrate the common misuse of Tantra, reducing its comprehensive teachings to a limited, often misunderstood perspective, which can dilute its authentic value. The consequences of such misuse include perpetuation of stereotypes, potential exploitation, and misleading individuals seeking genuine spiritual growth. This shallow portrayal not only disrespects the tradition, but can also lead to emotional or psychological harm. To genuinely understand and practice Tantra within the realm of yoga, it is essential to approach the tradition with respect, humility, and an eagerness to learn from credible sources. This involves seeking guidance from qualified teachers who have a deep, authentic connection to tantric teachings and emphasize their ethical and spiritual dimensions. Educating oneself on the diversity and historical context of Tantra, beyond popularized aspects, encourages a deeper appreciation and authentic engagement with its practices. Understanding that Tantra encompasses a broad spiritual scope rather than being narrowly focused on any single aspect allows for a more genuine exploration of its wisdom. Ultimately, respecting the depth and integrity of Tantra elevates its practice and understanding, enriching both personal and communal spiritual exploration within the yogic journey. In conclusion, by recognizing and addressing the misuse of Tantra, practitioners can honor its profound teachings, fostering a respectful and authentic connection with this ancient tradition in the pursuit of true spiritual growth. Obsession with chakras as spiritual status symbols. Chakras, the energy centers within the body, according to various spiritual traditions, offer profound insights into our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. However, in modern spiritual discourse, an inflated focus on chakras can lead to an obsession with them as spiritual status symbols, diverting attention from their true purpose and significance. In this segment, we explore the nuances of this obsession, its pitfalls, and how to engage with chakras in a balanced and meaningful way. Chakras are traditionally viewed as points of spiritual energy located at specific centers along the spine, each associated with particular qualities and life aspects. Rather than serving as metrics for spiritual advancement, they represent a holistic framework for personal development and self-awareness. Example 1. Consider a scenario where individuals compete or boast about the opening or balancing of their chakras, equating it with spiritual superiority, while neglecting the deeper personal work required to genuinely engage with these energy centers. Example 2. Imagine a community where excessive focus is placed on mastering chakras through merchandise, workshops, or social media posts, often prioritizing appearance and external validation over inner growth and understanding. These examples highlight a common issue, the commodification of chakras, where their symbolic importance is overshadowed by the desire to achieve or display spiritual status. Such obsession can lead to several problems, including spiritual bypassing, where real emotional or psychological issues are ignored in favor of superficial chakra work. It may also foster a sense of inadequacy or competition, creating pressure to conform to perceived spiritual norms. To engage authentically with chakras, it is essential to approach them as tools for self-exploration and mindfulness. This involves recognizing that true chakra work requires patience, introspection, and a comprehensive understanding of one's personal journey, rather than focusing on external validation. Practices such as meditation, yoga, and contemplation can support a balanced exploration of chakras. Seeking guidance from knowledgeable teachers or authentic sources of spiritual wisdom helps deepen one's engagement with these energy centers, ensuring that their exploration remains holistic and genuine. Ultimately, chakras are an intimate part of personal growth, inviting individuals to pursue a path of self-discovery and harmony that transcends superficial metrics or status. In conclusion, by moving away from the obsession with chakras as spiritual status symbols, we allow them to fulfill their true role as integral components of our ongoing journey towards balance, understanding, and inner fulfillment. When being present denies real trauma, the practice of mindfulness, particularly the concept of being present, is celebrated for its ability to anchor individuals in the here and now, fostering peace and clarity. However, there are instances where this well-intentioned practice inadvertently denies or diminishes the reality of trauma. In this segment, we explore how the emphasis on presence can sometimes overshadow necessary engagement with past experiences, particularly traumatic ones, and discuss approaches for integrating mindfulness with trauma awareness. Mindfulness encourages us to focus on the present moment, cultivating awareness and acceptance of our current experiences without judgment. While powerful and transformative, this philosophy can be problematic when it encourages individuals to overlook or suppress unresolved trauma. Example 1. Imagine a scenario in a meditation class where participants are told to let go of the past and focus solely on the present, without acknowledging that some may be carrying deep and unresolved traumatic experiences that require more than simple redirection of attention. Example 2. Consider an individual who feels pressured to avoid revisiting past traumas under the guise of staying in the present, leading them to internalize their distress and potentially hinder their healing process. These situations highlight a critical concern. When the pursuit of presence is applied superficially or rigidly, it risks invalidating genuine emotional struggles and the complex process of healing from trauma. Ignoring or minimizing trauma under the mantra of presence can perpetuate feelings of isolation, shame, or denial of personal experiences. It may also prevent individuals from seeking needed therapeutic interventions or support systems. To align the practice of being present with trauma-informed care, it is vital to respect the complexity and individuality of each person's journey. Mindfulness should be applied as a supportive tool rather than a universal remedy. Encouraging mindfulness practices that incorporate compassion, self-awareness, and an understanding of trauma can allow individuals to navigate their past with kindness and intentionality. Seeking guidance from trauma-informed professionals can offer a supportive environment where mindfulness complements, rather than replaces, necessary healing processes. Ultimately, being present should involve a compassionate acknowledgement of all aspects of our experiences, past and present. This balanced approach fosters genuine healing and integration, acknowledging both the challenges and wisdom that arise from our life journeys. In conclusion, by recognizing the delicate interplay between mindfulness and trauma, we honor the full spectrum of human experience, ensuring that the pursuit of presence is inclusive, empathetic, and conducive to authentic healing and growth. The void at the center of yogic emptiness. In the realm of yoga philosophy, the concept of emptiness is often discussed as a space of potential, peace, and transformation. However, the idea of a void at the center of yogic emptiness can be both intriguing and misunderstood. In this segment, we explore the profound nature of this void, understanding its significance in yogic practice, and how it invites us to embrace the fullness within emptiness. Yogic emptiness refers to a state beyond ego and attachment, where one experiences a sense of liberation and unity. It is often described as the cessation of mental chatter and the dissolution of personal identity into something far greater. Example 1. Picture a meditation session where practitioners are encouraged to embrace emptiness, leading them to encounter a mysterious vwada, deep silence or stillness that feels both liberating and unsettling. Example 2. Consider a yogic philosophy discussion where the void is described not as a lack, but as a fertile ground of infinite potential, waiting to be explored and understood through personal practice. These examples illustrate the dual nature of the void. It can be perceived as both absence and presence, a paradoxical space that challenges and enriches our spiritual understanding. Engaging with this void involves confronting the discomfort that might arise from facing the unknown. It is within this space that practitioners might experience fear or resistance, misinterpreting emptiness as a void of meaning rather than an opportunity for profound insight. Recognizing the void as a gateway to deeper awareness allows individuals to move beyond the superficial understanding of emptiness. This requires patience, openness, and a willingness to sit with uncertainty, trusting in the process of self-discovery and transformation. Yogic practices such as meditation, breathwork, and contemplation can help guide individuals through the void, encouraging them to surrender to the experience and trust in the unfolding of wisdom within this space. Ultimately, the void at the center of yogic emptiness invites us to relinquish control and embrace the mystery of existence. It is a reminder that within emptiness lies the potential for all possibilities, where true liberation and understanding reside. In conclusion, by embracing the void at the center of yogic emptiness, practitioners are encouraged to explore beyond the known, discovering the fullness and freedom inherent in the space of silence and stillness. In doing so, we find that the journey into emptiness reveals not a barren void, but a rich terrain of spiritual depth and potential. Endless self-improvement can breed insecurity. The pursuit of self-improvement is often seen as a commendable path towards personal growth and fulfillment. However, when the quest for betterment becomes excessive or compulsive, it can ironically lead to increased insecurity and self-doubt. In this segment, we delve into how endless self-improvement cycles can undermine self-confidence and explore ways to cultivate a more balanced approach to personal development. Self-improvement encompasses a variety of efforts aimed at enhancing one's skills, health, relationships, and overall well-being. While such pursuits are valuable, they can sometimes lead to an insatiable need for change, overshadowing self-acceptance and contentment. Example 1. Imagine an individual continuously striving to improve every aspect of their life, from career and fitness to personal habits and social interactions, yet constantly feeling inadequate despite evident progress. Example 2. Consider a scenario where self-help books, seminars, and courses become an endless pursuit, compelling individuals to chase perfection and fear stagnation, leading to a sense of unfulfillment or inadequacy. These examples illustrate a common pitfall, the conflation of self-worth with constant improvement, which can fuel a cycle of perpetual dissatisfaction and anxiety. This relentless drive stems from a cultural obsession with achievement and perfectionism, often promoted by societal and social media standards that reinforce the idea that one is never enough. To counteract this, it is crucial to balance striving for improvement with embracing the present self. Cultivating self-compassion and recognizing intrinsic worth can provide a foundation for healthy growth, where the journey is as valued as the destination. Limiting the focus on external metrics and shifting towards intrinsic goals can also foster genuine contentment. This includes practicing mindfulness, gratitude, and setting realistic, personalized goals that nurture rather than deplete. Ultimately, embracing self-improvement as a balanced and intentional process allows for growth without sacrificing self-esteem. By integrating self-acceptance with development, individuals can find confidence and fulfillment in both who they are and who they aspire to become. In conclusion, by acknowledging the potential pitfalls of endless self-improvement, we prioritize a holistic approach to personal growth. This perspective champions a journey that honors both evolution and self-love, ensuring that the path to betterment enhances rather than detracts from our sense of self-worth and inner peace. The pressure to always be at peace. In today's world, the pursuit of peace is often idealized as the ultimate state of being. However, the pressure to be constantly at peace can create unrealistic expectations that are more burdensome than beneficial. In this segment, we explore how this pressure affects individuals and discuss approaches to embrace a more authentic and compassionate relationship with peace. The aspiration towards a peaceful existence is rooted in a desire for inner calm and harmony. Yet, when peace is perceived as a constant state to be maintained at all costs, it can lead to feelings of inadequacy and frustration when life's inevitable challenges arise. Example 1. Imagine a person in a community known for valuing tranquility and emotional regulation, struggling internally with personal turmoil, but feeling compelled to present a serene facade. Example 2. Consider an individual practicing meditation or yoga, convinced they must always feel peaceful and calm, but silently battling anxiety or stress, leading to self-criticism when such emotions surface. These scenarios highlight a critical issue. The external expectation or self-imposed demand to appear eternally peaceful can stifle genuine emotional expression and neglect the natural ebb and flow of human experience. This pressure often stems from societal ideals, spiritual communities, or personal beliefs that equate peace with moral or spiritual superiority, inadvertently fostering a sense of failure or shame when peace is temporarily disrupted. To navigate this, it's essential to redefine peace not as a perpetual state, but as a part of a broader, emotional landscape. True peace includes acceptance of all emotions and the wisdom to recognize that turbulence is a part of the human journey. Practicing mindfulness with self-compassion allows individuals to honor their feelings without judgment, understanding that experiencing anger, sadness, or stress is not a failure, but a natural aspect of being human. Embracing peace as moments of presence and acceptance, rather than a constant expectation, alleviates unnecessary stress and promotes genuine tranquility. This nuanced approach fosters resilience and a deeper connection to oneself. In conclusion, understanding that the pressure to always be at peace can be counterproductive, we advocate for a balanced approach that values emotional authenticity. By allowing peace to coexist with the full spectrum of emotions, individuals can cultivate a more truthful and fulfilling sense of inner harmony. Can yoga philosophies disable healthy anger? Yoga is celebrated for promoting peace, balance, and emotional regulation. However, an interpretation of its philosophies that prioritizes constant calm may inadvertently suppress healthy expressions of anger. In this segment, we examine how yoga philosophies might influence anger management and consider how to integrate healthy anger expression while upholding yogic principles. Yoga philosophies often emphasize qualities like compassion, non-violence, and equanimity. While these principles are foundational for personal growth, they can sometimes be misapplied to discourage the expression of anger altogether, rather than guiding how it can be constructively managed. Example 1. Picture an individual deeply immersed in yogic study, struggling to reconcile feelings of anger over a personal injustice because they believe it contradicts their spiritual commitment to peace and non-violence. Example 2. Consider a yoga student in a class where the emphasis is on achieving a constant state of inner calm, feeling guilty or ashamed when anger naturally arises due to everyday challenges. These examples illustrate a potential conflict. While practicing yoga, individuals might suppress anger, viewing it as incompatible with yogic ideals, rather than understanding its role as a signal of boundary violations or unmet needs. Healthy anger can be a vital emotion, indicating that something requires our attention or action. Suppressing this emotion can lead to unresolved conflicts, resentment, or passive-aggressive behavior, ultimately detracting from genuine peace and well-being. To address this, it is crucial to differentiate between destructive anger and anger that prompts positive change. Yoga philosophies can be applied not to eliminate anger, but to harness its energy constructively, promoting self-awareness and mindful responses. Yoga practices such as mindfulness, meditation, and breathwork can be particularly beneficial in observing anger without reacting impulsively, creating a space for reflection and thoughtful action. By integrating yoga principles with healthy anger expression, individuals can navigate their emotions more effectively. This includes setting boundaries, communicating assertively, and channeling anger into positive motivation for change, aligning with the yogic ideal of truthful and authentic living. In conclusion, understanding that yoga philosophies need not disable healthy anger encourages a comprehensive approach to emotional health. Embracing anger as a natural and informative emotion, rather than a spiritual failing, enriches both personal growth and the ability to maintain peace in a balanced and authentic manner. The irony of seeking freedom through discipline. The quest for personal freedom often leads us to explore various paths, many of which paradoxically involve implementing discipline. In this segment, we delve into the intriguing irony of seeking freedom through discipline, exploring how structured practices can liberate rather than constrain us. At first glance, discipline might appear as the antithesis of freedom, evoking images of rigid schedules and stern self-control. However, when understood and applied correctly, discipline can act as the foundation for achieving true freedom by providing the structure necessary to pursue our desires and goals effectively. Example 1. Imagine an artist committed to honing their craft through disciplined daily practice, enabling them to break free from technical limitations and unleash their full creative potential. Example 2. Consider an individual implementing disciplined financial habits, such as budgeting and saving, which ultimately grant them the freedom to travel or pursue passions without the stress of financial constraints. These examples illustrate how discipline, rather than restricting freedom, empowers individuals to achieve their aspirations by eliminating distractions and cultivating focus. The relationship between discipline and freedom is rooted in the concept of delayed gratification. By practicing discipline, we defer immediate pleasures in favor of long-term benefits, aligning our actions with our deeper values and aspirations. However, the key is fostering a flexible and self-compassionate approach to discipline, where it's viewed as a supportive framework rather than an oppressive force. Recognizing when to relax rules and when to adhere to them allows for a balance that facilitates growth and freedom. Mindful discipline involves setting realistic and clear goals, allowing for rest and adjustment to avoid burnout. and celebrating progress to sustain motivation. This mindset shift transforms discipline from a source of restriction into a tool of empowerment. In conclusion, the irony of seeking freedom through discipline reveals a profound truth: structure and routine, when approached mindfully, enhance rather than inhibit our autonomy. Embracing disciplined habits with flexibility and self-awareness enables us to cultivate a life that aligns with our true desires, unlocking a deeper sense of freedom and fulfillment. The quiet competition in the yoga world. Yoga is often portrayed as a space of inclusivity and inner peace. Yet within its communities, a subtle form of competition can sometimes emerge. In this segment, we explore the concept of quiet competition in the yoga world and discuss how to foster a more supportive and authentic practice. While yoga is intrinsically a personal journey, the rise of social media, varied yoga styles, and thriving wellness markets have introduced competitive elements that may subtly influence practitioners. Example 1. Envision a yoga enthusiast who, while attending classes, feels the pressure to attain complex poses or demonstrate flexibility comparable to fellow students, rather than focusing on their personal growth. Example 2. Consider a yoga teacher who, in the crowded landscape of online and in-person classes, feels compelled to differentiate themselves, inadvertently perceiving other instructors' successes as benchmarks for their achievements. These scenarios highlight how the culture surrounding yoga can unintentionally invite comparison and competition, shifting the focus from personal exploration to external validation. The quiet competition emerges from the desire for recognition or feeling the need to emulate the perceived success or capabilities of others. This dynamic can lead to feelings of inadequacy, stress, or even injuries when individuals push beyond their limits to keep up. To navigate this, it's essential to return to the roots of yoga philosophy, which emphasize self-awareness, non-judgment, and acceptance. Yoga teaches us to honor our unique path and listen to our bodies, acknowledging that growth and progress are deeply personal and non-linear. Cultivating a mindset of abundance within yoga communities is vital. Encouraging collaboration over competition, sharing experiences without comparison, and celebrating the diversity of practices and teachers can foster a more inclusive environment. Mindfulness and self-reflection practices can help practitioners and instructors alike focus inward, appreciating personal progress while resisting the urge to measure worth against external gauges. In conclusion, recognizing and addressing the quiet competition within the yoga world allows individuals to embrace the true spirit of yoga. By prioritizing internal reflection and community support, we can transform competitive tendencies into opportunities for collective growth and personal transformation. The illusion of higher vibration people. Within spiritual and wellness communities, the concept of higher vibration individuals frequently surfaces, suggesting a level of spiritual attainment or positivity that sets certain people apart. In this segment, we unpack the illusion of higher vibration people and explore how this notion impacts our understanding of personal growth and spirituality. The idea of high vibration often implies that some individuals operate at a superior energy level, characterized by relentless positivity, peace, or enlightenment. While this can be inspiring, it risks creating a hierarchical view of spirituality that may promote judgment or inadequacy among those who feel they don't measure up. Example 1. Imagine an individual entering a spiritual community, perceiving others as more enlightened or evolved, and thus doubting their spiritual worth or path due to their own emotional struggles. Example 2. Consider a self-described, high-vibration leader who inadvertently alienates others by projecting an unapproachable image of perfection, discouraging open and vulnerable connection. These examples highlight how the concept of higher vibration can foster a misleading notion of spiritual elitism, where individuals may chase an unrealistic ideal rather than embracing their authentic journey. Real spiritual growth involves accepting the full spectrum of human experience, including both light and shadow. Rather than striving to maintain a constant state of high vibration, true progress lies in self-awareness, resilience, and the ability to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and authenticity. Moreover, understanding spirituality as a personal and unique journey encourages inclusivity and empathy over comparison and judgment. Each person's path is different, and what constitutes growth varies based on individual circumstances and learning experiences. To diminish the illusion of higher vibration people, it's essential to foster environments that celebrate authenticity and vulnerability. Encouraging open dialogue, sharing genuine experiences, and acknowledging that everyone is at a unique stage of their journey promotes a healthier, more supportive spiritual community. In conclusion, recognizing the illusion of higher vibration, people liberates us from the pressures of spiritual perfection. By valuing authenticity over appearance and embracing the complexity of our human experiences, we cultivate a more genuine and fulfilling spiritual journey, one that honors each individual's path and pace. When yoga becomes a mask for avoiding real life. Yoga, a practice celebrated for fostering mindfulness and introspection, can sometimes inadvertently serve as a means of escapism. In this segment, we explore the phenomenon of when yoga becomes a mask for avoiding real life and how to maintain a balanced and grounded practice. Yoga provides solace from the chaos of daily life, offering a retreat into peace and self-reflection. However, when practiced in excess or used to evade real-world responsibilities and emotions, it may hinder rather than help one's growth. Example 1. Picture someone who spends hours practicing yoga daily, dedicating themselves to meditation and poses, yet neglecting pressing issues like career challenges or personal relationships. Example 2. Imagine a yoga practitioner who uses their sessions to sidestep confronting underlying emotional wounds, instead focusing solely on achieving physical prowess or enlightenment within the studio. These scenarios underscore the risk where yoga, while beneficial, becomes a temporary refuge from life's inevitable trials, inhibiting individuals from engaging with crucial aspects of their reality. The key is to integrate yoga as a tool of empowerment rather than escapism. Yoga should complement personal development by fostering self-awareness, aiding in the processing of emotions, and equipping individuals with resilience to face life's challenges head-on. True mindfulness involves acknowledging both the serenity found on the mat and the complexities of real life off the mat. It's about using the insights gained through yoga practice to enhance, rather than escape, personal and professional relationships and responsibilities. Balance is vital. Setting intentions to apply teachings from yoga into everyday actions, practicing self-compassion, and confronting unresolved issues are essential steps in ensuring yoga remains an asset rather than a crutch. In conclusion, when yoga becomes a mask for avoiding real life, it loses its transformative power. By embracing a practice that encourages engagement with, rather than avoidance of, life's realities, we can use yoga as a genuine tool for growth and healing, facilitating a more profound connection with ourselves and the world around us. Teepa, welcome to a peaceful journey through time. as we uncover a forgotten yoga ritual that was so incredibly powerful, it was once banned. Imagine deepening your practice with hidden wisdom that brings tranquility and strength. As you settle into this comfortable space, let us know in the comments where you're joining us from and what time it is there. We'd love to connect with our global community. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy exploring these calming mysteries with us. Your support helps us continue to share soothing stories that ease you into a restful night. Yogic, in the serene stillness of twilight, where the boundaries of day and night blur into a soft embrace, there emerges a narrative that beckons us into its gentle, forgotten tale, nestled in the heart of history's quiet corners. This is a tale of voices from the past, muted by the passage of time, but resounding softly against the quietude of today's world. It whispers of an ancient practice, a yoga ritual, not widely known but deeply revered, once considered too potent for unfettered exploration. The slow cadence of this bygone era rhythmically unwinds, inviting the curious soul to embark on a journey to a time when life was an intricate tapestry woven of myth, spirituality, and the practiced art of living in harmony with nature. Imagine a landscape shrouded in the early mist of an ancient dawn, where the first soft rays of sunlight blush the sky with a hopeful promise. The land, a sleeping giant, gently awakens under the sweep of daylight, its contours bathed in warmth. The air is suffused with the scent of earth freshly kissed by morning dew, carrying promises of secrets long concealed. In this sanctuary of sound and silence, where shadows dance to the elements' song, we find ourselves on a path towards understanding a yoga ritual that once held the power to transform higher consciousness. Amidst the echoes of nature, a sacred hush prevails, as if the earth itself knows the significance of what happened here and what has since been forgotten. Those who partook in this practice were not merely practitioners, but dedicated Sikursa congregation of the aspiring souls, whose intent, focus, and devotion resonated with the chanting mantras, filling the ambient air like a sacred symphony. They stood poised with grace, their figures silhouetted against a silently worshipping landscape, as they engaged in this most powerful of rituals, seeking to align their bodies and spirits with the divine rhythm of the universe. The ritual itself was a complex choreography of breath and movement, a harmonious dance imbued with an ancient wisdom that guided practitioners towards self-realization and balance. It was a mystical engagement, offering a glimpse into worlds unseen and knowledge forgotten by time. The ritual's potency lay not in the strength of the movements, but in the profound depth of its spiritual endeavor. It sought the practitioner's very essence, inviting them to delve deep, unearthing layers of consciousness, often untouched by the mundane ritual of daily life. This was not for the faint of heart. It required absolute surrender and the courage to be vulnerable in the face of profound transformation. Its power, though unmatched, could also be intimidating, posing questions and offering answers that resonated long after the practice had concluded. Such was its strength that in time, fear and curiosity danced in equal measure around those who practiced itin intrigue, fueled by whispers of its formidable effects on the soul and spirit. Compelled by its allure and repute, those outside the mystical practice perceived the ritual with a mixture of reverence and fear, leading to its status as both a treasured and taboo tradition. The very power that practitioners embraced also became the root of its eventual seclusion, shrouded in a veil of mystery and ultimately forgotten by the sands of time. Yet, as history often teaches, what is lost is sometimes rediscovered, not in its entirety, but through threads waiting to be woven back into the fabric of human knowledge and understanding. As we journey further into this tale, let us listen closely to the echoes of this powerful ritual and narrative, carved into the whispering winds and shadows of a time long past, but leaving footprints that are undeniable even today. As we delve deeper into the echoes of time, Entering a world where the symphony of nature harmonized with human spirit, we encounter the ancient roots where yoga first took seed. Picture the sweeping landscapes of long-lost civilizations, where the horizon stretched endless and the skies spoke in colors unfathomable by today's gaze. In these lands, untouched by modernity, rituals and practices emerged, carried forth by generations, each era adding its own touch to the evolving tapestry of knowledge. Yoga was not merely a physical exercise, but a way of life, a profound philosophy that intertwined seamlessly with the social and spiritual fabric of the people. To trace its roots is to witness the emergence of a practice bound by no particular creed, but open to all who sought the path of self-discovery. Our journey into this realm uncovers a dynamic blend of mindfulness, devotion, and physical mastery. Amidst this backdrop, the emergence of various yoga rituals can be envisaged as expressions of purposeful spirituality, meticulously designed to harmonize the inner workings of the mind, body, and spirit with the vast, uninterrupted flow of the cosmos. The concept of union, which lies at yoga's heart, is more than a symbolic gesture. It is the principal aim that shapes the entirety of the practice. Within this landscape thrived a particular ritual, notable not only for its unique approach, but also for the spirituality it sought to invoke. Ancient scripts, faded and fragile, suggest the presence of advanced practices, where each posture was a manifestation of an esoteric language, a silent conversation between the practitioner and the universe. These moments, often performed in the pre-dawn hours, when the world was still draped in quietude, offered practitioners a gateway to both the external world of natural beauty and the internal expanse of personal exploration and enlightenment. In the spirit of such endeavors, practitioners gathered in isolated sanctuaries, verdant groves, secluded caves, or atop sacred mountain spaces where the pressures of the outside world dissipated and the mind could focus on the profound task at hand. In these sacred assemblies, the teachings of wise sages found fertile ground, taking root and flourishing through the dedication of eager learners and their shared commitment to these transformative rituals. It was in these moments, when the air buzzed with anticipation, that disciples learned to harness their breath, focusing their minds to achieve spiritual clarity and connect with higher energies. The atmosphere would be filled with the cadence of mantrasa, melodic anchor, resplendent with the wisdom of those who came before, reverberating through time with the power to touch souls far and wide. The impact of these practices extended beyond the individual, casting ripples across the broader fabric of society. As practitioners honed their skills and deepened their spiritual understanding, they became bridges between the mortal world and the ineffable, translating the insights gleaned from their rituals into guidance and wisdom for their communities. The teachings were passed down, initially through word of mouth and symbolic gestures, later captured in the meticulously crafted records, etched in manuscripts, and inscribed within the hearts of those who truly understood the sacred dance. But as is often the case, with time came the shift changes brought about by evolving cultural, social, and political landscapes. When these changes began to erode the sacred foundation on which these rituals thrived, the fabric of tradition started to fray, and the intricate dance of spiritual exploration flirted with the threat of oblivion. Threads of fear, woven by misunderstanding and apprehension, created barriers that led to the seclusion of knowledge, casting shadows over practices once held in high regard. And when the influences of time, change, and external pressures bore down with relentless intensity, the whispers of these ancient rituals were gradually lost, a potent chapter shrouded in silence, its legacy laid to rest until its rescheduled discovery. Nonetheless, this element of humanity, the unquenchable thirst for understanding, ensures that the echoes of such powerfully transformative rituals will always find their way back to those willing to listen. The legacy of ancient rituals, once woven intricately into the fabric of life, has, over time, faded into whispers among the trees and mountains that bore witness to their potency. Part of this enduring legacy we explore today is the myriad ways these rituals have shaped our understanding of yoga as not only a practice of physical exercise, but as a profound, living philosophy. Yoga's core principle of unity, the convergence of mind, body, and spirit with the rhythm of the universe, sets it apart as a practice that belongs not to one culture or creed, but to all seekers of truth and enlightenment. This universal appeal ensures that, despite the layered veils of time, glimpses of the ancient practices still sniff subtly amidst the modern interpretations that span the globe. Their influences weave into our contemporary practices, reminding us of the path carved by countless practitioners who transcended the mere physical realm to embrace a holistic approach towards self-discovery. As we venture deeper into understanding what these ancient practices offered, we are reminded of their genesis in secluded sanctuaries, verdant groves, sacred mountains, and quiet corners where the material world faded into the background. Here, aspirants gathered, not just to learn but to experience moments of intense spiritual communion, guided by wise sages who imparted teachings that transcended lifetimes. The landscape itself was a co-conspirator in this endeavor, its natural beauty, a reflection of the internal landscapes the yogis traversed. These gatherings were not just about mastering postures or breath control, but about immersing oneself in an atmosphere charged with palpable spiritual energy. Participants of these rituals believed deeply in the transformative power of their practices, witnessing firsthand the profound effects that dedication and discipline could bring. As they engaged in the intricate dance of body and mind, each movement became a silent dialogue with the universe, a way to explore both the seen and unseen aspects of existence. Teaching methods, steeped in oral tradition, enacted through demonstrations and storytelling, allowed students to absorb knowledge in a manner that resonated deeply on both intellectual and spiritual levels. Each session was crafted as a holistic experience, merging rhythmic movements, breathwork, and chanting to draw out a deeper understanding of one's own presence in the world. Although the precise mechanics of these ancient rituals are obscured by time, their essence continues to exert influence. They remind us that yoga is more than just a series of postures. It is a journey within, seeking harmony between elements external and internal. This spiritual lineage continues to inspire not just through traditional paths, but also through contemporary reinventions, reflecting the ever-evolving dialogue between past insights and present needs. As practitioners of today integrate elements of mindfulness, meditation, and breathwork into their daily lives, they mirror the efforts of ancient seekers who walked a similar path thousands of years ago. Modern iterations of yoga rooted in these ancient practices bear witness to a legacy that speaks to the eternal aspects of humanity's quest to understand, to connect, and to find one's place within the vast tapestry of life. The silence that once followed a powerful session was profound, a silence, not of emptiness, but of completion, signaling the internal shifts that signified growth and transformation. This cyclical journey of embracing, practicing, reflecting, and evolving characterized the richness of the experience. Individuals often left transformed, with newfound insights and an invigorated connection to the world around them. Students became knowledge bearers, their lives enriched not just by personal gain, but by a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness that yoga seeks to cultivate here, sacred lineage that connects past to future through the enduring medium of shared experience. The inherent truth within these traditions that transformation requires one to confront, question, and ultimately understand the self is one aspect that resonates deeply with modern practitioners. As contemporary yoga continues to flourish across cultures, it also faces the challenge of preserving its ancient roots. Often simplified, commodified, or misrepresented within today's commercial motivations, the spirit of yoga endeavors to maintain its essence amidst a landscape vastly removed from where it originally took form. Ancient yogic rituals remind us of the significance of intention, the devotion required to transcend superficialities and discover a deeply personal journey of growth. They highlight the universality of seeking harmony, guiding those willing to listen through their subtle yet potent echoes. Through the ages, yoga's enduring message remains steadfast, a journey towards unity, embracing the profound interconnectedness of life. In examining the rich tapestry of ancient yoga rituals, we glimpse a holistic framework that sought to balance the physical with the metaphysical, providing practitioners a pathway to explore the depths of conscious awareness. Central to these practices was the interplay of breath, movement, and meditation, woven together to guide individuals toward a deeper understanding of their own existence. This union was not achieved through mere repetition of postures, but through an integrated experience, where each element supported the next, creating a dynamic flow of energy and intention. Such rituals were deeply experiential, inviting participants to engage fully with the present moment, illuminating the path towards self-discovery and transformation. It was this intricate dance between action and introspection that defined the ancient yogic journey, a rigorous yet rewarding exploration of the self. It's within this framework that ancient practitioners began to reveal the deepest layers of consciousness, inviting a harmony between external actions and internal awareness. The sacred rituals of ancient yoga often began at dawn, the hour when the world pauses between the dreaming and waking states. Practitioners gathered in preparation, aligning themselves with nature's rhythms. The gentle pre-dawn light, coupled with harmonious sounds, be it the rustle of leaves or the first songs of birds, awakened their minds to the synchronicity of life around them. In these serene moments, the rituals would start with pranayama, an artful practice of controlled breathing intended to purify and invigorate both body and spirit. Breath was understood as an essential life force, a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms, and mastering it was crucial for transcending ordinary consciousness. Through focused breathing, practitioners centered their minds, preparing for the unfolding journey as they moved through a series of asanas. Each posture, a deliberate expression, harmonized their bodily flows, activating latent energies and enhancing physiological alignment. The transition from breathwork to movement was fluid, marking a seamless integration of mind and body, each movement deliberate and deeply felt. Unlike modern quick-paced practices, the ancient approach celebrated stillness in Motiona meditative dance, aimed at cultivating presence and awareness within every fiber of being. The asanas, though physical, served as conduits for more profound spiritual experience, challenging practitioners to balance strength with grace, movement with stillness, thereby unlocking the subtler dimensions of their selves. Each pose had a purpose beyond physical health. It was symbolic, echoing teachings that reached beyond the performative to touch upon elements of discipline, perseverance, and humility. At the climax of the physical practice, the transition into meditation was both natural and necessary. Yogis entered into extended periods of meditation, sitting with quieted bodies, yet awakened spirits. Having balanced their physical energies, their minds could plunge into meditative depths, exploring the spaces cultivated through the immersive experience of movement and breath. This phase fostered an inner silence that allowed practitioners to listen to insights arising from a space deep within where the self sits at the intersection of temporal existence and eternal truth. Such meditation afforded glimpses into the intuitive understanding of life's interconnectedness, of being part of a vast cosmic tapestry, guided by harmonious energies that whisper the secrets of the universe to those ready to hear. This meditative state, free from distractions, saw practitioners engage with the sacred mantra chants resonant with ancient wisdom, carrying vibrations that align the speaker with a greater universal harmony. The mantras, voiced with intention and repetition, transcended spoken word to become vessels of divine communication, their sound waves echoing within and beyond, reinforcing their connections with themselves and the larger cosmos. Through these vibrations, practitioners became receptive to new forms of wisdom and elevated consciousness, with the mind and heart aligning to understand the profound perspectives emerging from the silence. These ancient practices were more than simple routines. They structured an ethos of living and engagement with the world. Today's practitioners, though distanced by time, can still draw inspiration from these past methodologies, embarking on their own internal journeys towards balanced living, unity, and deep self-exploration. They provide timeless lessons in patience, discipline, and surrender, reminding us of the vast potential within and the eternal pursuit of peace and understanding. The echoes of these ancient rituals whisper through the ages, encouraging us to embrace our own expansive potential and the harmonic connection between all beings. The echoes of an ancient yogic ritual, long lost to time, resurface to remind us of our inherent potential to cultivate unity and balance within ourselves and the world surrounding us. In an era overshadowed by the loss of connectivity, this ritual serves as a beacon, illuminating the path toward rediscovering the revered interconnectedness we once held sacred. It invites us to explore the potential harmony between our multi-dimensional existence and the expansive universe, offering a framework for physical, mental, and spiritual alignment. Though shrouded in the mists of history, the principles embedded within this ritual are timeless, revealing pathways to mindfulness and self-awareness that resonate with the modern seeker. This beckons us to embark on a journey, retracing steps taken by countless seekers before us who ventured down a similar path, striving to awaken their inner consciousness and nurture a profound peace that transcends the barriers of time and space. At the heart of this ritual lay a transformative process that unfolded like a sacred narrative, binding participants to its power through dedication and intent. The journey began before the first light touched the earth, when the world was wrapped in a cloak of quietude that heralded the promise of renewal. Practitioners gathered, drawn to the ritual, not just by its promise of revitalization, but by its time-honored tradition of offering communion with one's inner self. Entering into a dedicated space sanctified by previous practices, they prepared to shed the illusions of mundane existence and embrace a subtler reality characterized by interconnected wholeness. Each step of the ritual invited contemplation, encouraging practitioners to transcend superficial distractions, allowing them to fully engage with the present moment of timelessness, achieved through devotion and discipline. The precursor to deeper engagement was rooted in traditional preparatory activities that aligned the physical and etheric bodies. This involved meticulous attention to breathe and elemental rhythm that governed the flow of life force within every living entity. Mastery of breath through pranayama, a practice central to the ritual, cultivated heightened awareness while grounding participants in the sustaining energies of the cosmos. As the breath flowed in harmony with nature, practitioners tapped into a wellspring of peace and poise, their physical beings steadying for what lay ahead. This confluence of body and breath acted as a luscious prelude to the choreographed movement segment, meticulously designed to unlock energetic pathways hidden within the corporeal form. The dynamic sequence of movements followed, not as isolated exercises, but as a seamless dance, honoring the traditions that birthed them. Each posture executed with deliberate focus, was an act of worship, not for the deity without, but for the divine spark within, fostering a deeper recognition of one's innate divinity. The chosen asanas were bridges, inviting exploration through a lens of stillness in motion, teaching the art of presence amidst change. This sacred dance allowed participants to revel in a joyous participation with their surroundings, opening them to receive the wisdom emanating from a benevolent universe. In a progression toward emancipation, the physical practices interwove with the rhythm of life, releasing currents of blissful energy and fostering a profound sense of unity with all creation. Upon entering an elevated state after the harmonious movement, participants transitioned seamlessly into reflectiona, meditative immersion, unfurling the deeper truths within. Within this inward retreat, seekers discovered a sanctuary, nurtured by the silence and camaraderie that defined the ritual's essence. The guided meditation illuminated pathways to clarity, encouraging insights beyond the limits of cognition and nurturing intuitive understanding, blossoming within the stillness. The time spent in quiet contemplation transformed the practitioner's reality by transcending veils of misperception, offering a restored vision of one's path and purpose, sheltered within the peace and solitude of this mystical voyage. Emanating from the depth of enriched silence arose profound chantingan echo of ancient mantras, harmonized into the ritual's essence. These vibrations, imbued with generations of intention, held timeless messages of empowerment and connection, reverberating within participants, extending into the universe's fabric. Reciting these mantras created a resonance that traversed conventional boundaries, inviting participants to transcend localized existence and engage symbiotically with universal consciousness. The vibrations emitted became vessels of transformative energy, nurturing, understanding, and defying the confines of verbal expression, binding hearts to a singular divine frequency. As the ritual concluded, a sense of wholeness permeated the air, cultivated by the journey participants had undertaken. This transcendent experience invited unity with the world, extending beyond shared practice and guiding individuals toward mindful living, where recognition of the interconnected web of life became a guiding compass. Though modernity may obscure these rituals within layers of everyday noise, their teachings remain timeless, echoing within those who seek them, inviting us to connect, to explore, and to awaken to our potential for harmony and peace. Whether ancient or contemporary, these rituals persist as powerful reminders of collective discovery, whispering timeless truths across ages to those willing to listen. The essence of those ancient practices is what underlies modern interpretations and adaptations of yoga, continually inspiring practitioners to seek balance, harmony, and deeper understanding in their lives. As yoga has evolved, it has become a multifaceted practice embraced by various cultures, each infusing it with individual beliefs and customs, while maintaining its core principles. Today, yoga's living tradition bridges past wisdom with present innovation, emphasizing self-care, mindfulness, and holistic well-being. This adaptability is fundamental to yoga's enduring relevance, as it offers tools for navigating a fast-paced world while cultivating inner peace and resilience. From the serene calm of a meditation session to the invigorating energy of a dynamic flow, yoga continues to provide a sanctuary for transformation and growth. In this process, practitioners discover that yoga is more than physical postures, but a journey toward understanding the self and one's place within the tapestry of existence, a journey inspired by timeless rituals. Central to yoga's timeless relevance is its ability to foster personal transformation while adapting to contemporary contexts. This transformation is deeply rooted in the practice's ancient wisdom, which has seamlessly integrated into today's lifestyle. providing tools for mental resilience, physical health, and spiritual awakening. As yoga extends beyond the traditional boundaries of Indian spirituality, it has adapted to diverse global cultures, ensuring its survival and relevance throughout the centuries. This adaptability finds its roots in the comprehensive nature of yoga, which addresses not only the physical, but also the mental and spiritual facets of well-being. It is this holistic approach that has allowed yoga to persist, serving as a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the challenges of the modern age. Yoga teaches surface simplicity, yet it unfolds complex philosophical underpinnings that speak of a deep engagement with life and a harmonious relationship with existence principles that find application even in today's fast-paced world. Modern practices still echo ancient guidelines, with a growing emphasis on self-care and the mindfulness cornerstone, integrating deeply into daily routines. As practitioners step onto their mats, they do so not just to stretch muscles, but to stretch the boundaries of their understanding of self. The routine becomes a rituala, daily act of returning home to oneself. Through the steady practice of asanas, the practitioner finds a doorway that transitions from the mundane to the sacred, where breath and movement converge into a meditative exploration of being. This exploration is not purely physical, it extends into the metaphysical, building pathways to a more centered and connected existence, indicating that yoga's essence remains a timeless invitation to explore and embrace one's full potential. Breath, or prana, retains its vital role across all forms of yoga. In understanding breath, practitioners unlock a key to presence, finding a rhythm that supports both physical endeavors and mental clarity. By synchronizing breath with movement, yoga cultivates a state of meditative awareness that supports the practitioner's journey toward tranquility. This relationship between breath and awareness is a testament to the depth of ancient teachings, as it teaches present-day practitioners how to cultivate resilience amidst external chaos. Indeed, as individuals breathe through challenges on the mat, they mirror their newfound resilience to challenges off the mat, demonstrating yoga's capacity to be both reflective and transformative. Moreover, yoga's modern iterations are increasingly seeking alignment with scientific studies that substantiate its benefits, further solidifying its place within a wellness-oriented society. The documented benefits of regular practice on mental health, stress reduction, and emotional balance resonate deeply in a world where mindfulness is increasingly prioritized. This scientific validation bolsters yoga's integration into therapies and health programs worldwide, where ancient practice meets modern clinical methodology. It renews yoga's role not just as an exercise form, but as a comprehensive wellness practice, encompassing preventive and restorative healthcare. As societies embrace yoga's transformative potential, the importance of adaptability within its practice allows for personal customization, whether it be restorative yoga for healing or vigorous power yoga for strength. This adaptability fosters a sense of belonging, inviting people from diverse backgrounds to partake in the journey. Ultimately, yoga thrives because it meets individuals where they are, understanding the unique aspects of their growth journeys. The physical postures, breathing exercises, and meditative practices transcend age and demographics, speaking universally to the heart of human experience, the pursuit of balance and peace. In a world yearning for connection and meaning, yoga remains a powerful tool in fostering those values, reminding us of our shared humanity. The enduring philosophy of unity within diversity encourages practitioners to explore the common threads that bind all of us and reflects yoga's core teaching of oneness. Whether practiced in solitude or as part of a global movement, yoga continually draws individuals inward toward their true nature, offering pathways to explore a life lived with intention and purpose. The journey inspired by ancient rituals continues, evolving yet faithful to its original goal, the realization of a harmonious existence, deeply connected to oneself and to the world at large. Yoga's timeless appeal lies in its ability to embrace change while remaining rooted in profound truthsar, reflection of the ceaseless adventure of life itself. The vibrational essence of sacred mantras, once whispered through the ages, holds remarkable potential in bridging the tangible and the ethereal, crafting pathways between temporal reality and divine consciousness. These ancient intonations, rich with historical resonance, encapsulate both the sounds and meanings of universal truths. In the realm of yogic practice, mantras serve as powerful tools of transformation, designed to refine awareness and focus the mind. Their rhythmic cadence and sonic vibration work to harmonize the inner landscape of the practitioner, aligning them with the frequencies of the infinite. The repetitive nature of mantra chanting is conducive to trance-like states of awareness, where the barriers between ego and universe begin to dissolve, ushering in profound experiences of interconnectedness. These sound vibrations are thought to penetrate the subtle layers of existence, dissolving energetic blockages, fostering healing, and inviting a deeper alignment with cosmic energies. By acting as auditory vehicles, mantras offer transformative experiences that transcend the spoken word, touching upon the heart's silent language and nurturing profound connections within and beyond the self. Unlike simple words, mantras carry specific vibrations that are believed to resonate with the universe's fundamental frequencies, creating subtle shifts within the practitioner's psyche and aura. This resonance is predicated on the understanding that everything in existence vibrates at a certain frequency, including thoughts, emotions, and physical matter. By chanting mantras, practitioners align themselves with these cosmic frequencies, promoting energetic balance and spiritual elevation. It's in this synchronization that practitioners often find a tranquil clarity, a release from mental chatter and emotional turmoil. As the mantra sound waves ripple through the body and environment, they invite a harmony that deeply nourishes and revitalizes, acting as a form of energetic cleansing that frees the mind from the ordinary constraints of temporal living. The transformative power of mantra lies not only in its sonic resonance, but also in its capacity to focus the mind. When a practitioner chants a mantra, they enter a meditative state, directing their full attention to the sound, vibration, and rhythm, which effectively bypasses mental distractions and grounds them in the present moment. This concentrated awareness forms the basis of deep meditation, enabling practitioners to explore inner dimensions beyond the grasp of ordinary cognition. The mantra becomes a tool for transcendence, providing a focal point for stillness amidst life's chaos. Through consistent practice, this repetitive attention cultivates a profound sense of peace, deep introspection, and spiritual insight, offering practitioners opportunities to experience heightened states of consciousness where distinction between self and non-self blurs. This inward journey reveals hidden truths, awakening practitioners to the divine nature within themselves and the universe. Historically, mantras have been transmitted from teacher to student, immersed in a lineage of spiritual traditions across various cultures. While each mantra holds specific meanings, deities, or deific energies that it invokes, devotional in nature, these chants often pay homage to various manifestations of the divine, acting as both prayers and tools for spiritual liberation. The invocations can range from affirmations of universal love and compassion to specific deities representing abundance, wisdom, or protection. The vibrational meditation facilitates a deeper connection to these aspects, focusing intention and awakening latent energies within the practitioner. Through this vibrational focus, practitioners embody the qualities they chant for, subtly shifting their own energetic composition towards these virtuous states. The mantra Om, one of the most recognized sounds, is often described as the primordial sound of the universe, the vibration of creation itself. It encapsulates the essence of the ultimate reality, uniting everything in existence. Chanting Om is considered a powerful practice for aligning with one's own divinity and fostering a bridge between individual essence and universal consciousness. The vibrations from the AUM sequence unfold in a continuum representing different states of consciousness: waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and transcendence. Through the vibratory effects of such a mantra, practitioners experience profound mindfulness, elating them beyond the temporal toward the eternal. In today's world, the practice of mantra chanting continues to evolve, incorporating technological advancements that extend its reach. Digital platforms enable practitioners around the globe to access teachings and guided mantra meditations, ensuring that this ancient heritage thrives across cultural boundaries. The practice encourages communal chanting sessions, bringing people together in shared intentions for peace, healing, or global unity, the collective consciousness and amplifying the vibrational power through numbers. Such communal practices emphasize the collective strength and interconnectivity, reminding practitioners of their part within a larger global tapestry. In summary, the transformative potency of sacred mantras remains an integral aspect of yogic and spiritual traditions, offering pathways to enlightenment and unity for all who venture into its practice with dedication. By exploring the depths of mantra meditation, practitioners unlock profound experiences that transform their perception, transcending ordinary consciousness and opening doors to sacred realities within and beyond the self. Mantras offer timeless wisdom expressions of universal truths, beckoning practitioners to harmonize the spiritual, mental, and physical dimensions of existence. Each whispered expression connects beings across history, transcending time to invite harmony in the modern world. As participants transition from the transformative power of mantra meditation, they enter a state of profound wholeness, conveying a sense of unity with the world that echoes the journey undertaken within the ritual. This culmination of practice results in more than temporary peace. It fosters enduring transformation, affecting every facet of one's life. The deep sense of connection experienced in this sacred space extends beyond the confines of the practice itself, informing how practitioners perceive and interact with their external realities. Having tapped into the powerful currents of inner harmony, practitioners carry this newfound awareness into their daily lives, profoundly impacting their relationships with themselves and others. This expanded consciousness invites ongoing reflection and mindfulness, enhancing the ability to navigate life's complexities with grace and compassion. As the ritual concludes, individuals are encouraged to continue integrating the insights and peace achieved during the practice, thus sustaining the sacred connection fostered within the ritual, both within and beyond the practitioner's sanctuary. The enduring sense of wholeness that yoga cultivates is a profound recognition of one's innate connection to the entire tapestry of existence. When practitioners step off their mats, they carry with them a newfound awareness that aligns with this deep interconnection. This mindfulness ripples through their interactions, promoting a greater sense of empathy and compassion. In this expanded state of awareness, every thought, action, and relationship becomes imbued with intentional reflection of the inner transformation sparked by the ritual practice. This change is an unfolding process. Every step embodies a conscious choice to engage deeply with life's journey and its myriad mysteries. The journey toward unity and wholeness cultivated during the practice is deeply personal, yet fundamentally communal. Each practitioner's experience is unique, influenced by individual perspectives, challenges, and insights. However, the shared foundation of practice fosters a sense of belonging and mutual support. Collectively engaging in the ritual forges a bond that transcends individual differences, embracing the principles of collective consciousness that the practice embodies, a celebration of both unity and diversity, where each practitioner contributes their energy to the greater whole. Integration of the insights gained from the ritual practice into daily life becomes a continuous journey. This transformation inspires practitioners to embody the principles of mindfulness and presence in all aspects of their existence. The extension of practice beyond the ritual space involves recognizing opportunities for mindfulness in the ordinary moments of life, applying presence and awareness in every interaction, decision, and challenge encountered. The newly cultivated sense of unity enhances how practitioners approach both successes and challenges, nurturing resilience and contentment through life's fluctuations. In living the principles attained through practice, individuals become ambassadors of peace and harmony. Their actions resonate outward, subtly influencing their environments and interactions. The fruits of sustained practice ripple through daily interactions, imbued with the lessons of compassion and understanding cultivated through inner reflection. The expansion of awareness nurtured during the practice creates spaces for empathy and active engagement with the world, fostering positive change at individual and communal levels. The practice encourages practitioners to uphold an attitude of gratitude and reverence for life itself. This fundamental shift in perspective facilitates a dialogue with the world rooted in appreciation and respect, reshaping how they perceive their roles within the global tapestry. Such a perspective invites practitioners to remain humble, recognizing their place in something far larger, a universe of evolving wisdom and endless potential. Maintaining this connection requires dedication and continued practice, yet the effort yields an enduring sense of fulfillment and harmony with oneself and the world. Rituals like this serve as powerful reminders of the interconnectedness that propels our existence. Despite modern life's complexities and distractions, these time-honored practices continue to illuminate pathways for holistic living and spiritual growth. Participants are drawn into a timeless dance between the past and present, weaving their individual threads into a rich tapestry of shared exploration and discovery. Their journeys engage deeply with the universal truths underlying the human experience, using rituals as guides to transcend limitations and embrace a balanced union with the self and the world. Ultimately, this sacred ritual extends an invitation for practitioners to explore an authentic life, guided by the profound sense of unity regained during practice. It is an intimate journey crafted by personal exploration, yet supported by a shared community of seekers committed to growth and transformation. Whether stepping onto or off their mats, practitioners carry forth a legacy, a love story, with the universe nurtured by repetition and devotion. The ritual closes with gratitude, yet the journey continues, echoing the promise of awakening to life's unity and potential with every breath. As the curtains draw on sacred practice, the exploration of unity and wholeness endures a testament to human resilience and the timeless wisdom traditions that guide our paths. These rituals, with their transformative power, provide timeless blueprints toward a harmonious existence, encouraging participants to honor the sacred journey toward interconnected wholeness within and beyond themselves. And so, the circle of practice persists, an everlasting reminder of the profound unity we seek, a unity touched each time we breathe, each time we practice, and each time we live in conscious connection with all that is. At the heart of modern yoga practice is an integration with environmental consciousness, where the rituals and teachings draw attention to an inseparable bond between human existence and the natural world. This profound relationship highlights the foundational teachings of yoga that see all life as interconnected, prompting practitioners to live in harmony with nature. By fostering mindfulness and awareness, yoga cultivates a stewardship and reverence for the earth, encouraging sustainable living choices that honor the environment. This spiritual framework is a call to acknowledge and act towards reducing one's carbon footprint, embracing renewable resources, and supporting ecological balance. In this light, every asana and meditative breath becomes an expression of gratitude and respect for the earth. This dynamic integration empowers practitioners to embody environmental ethics in their daily lives, promoting a holistic approach to sustainability. Yoga becomes both an inward and outward journey, inviting personal transformation and inspiring global responsibility towards the planet's well-being. The deep-rooted philosophy of yoga, which emphasizes interconnectedness and balance, naturally extends to environmental responsibilities, aligning seamlessly with the principles of ecological mindfulness. This holistic perspective encourages practitioners to perceive themselves not as separate entities, but as integral parts of the broader ecosystem, participants in the grand symphony of life. Yoga's emphasis on the unity of all beings fosters an appreciation for the complex web of life and promotes actions that support rather than disrupt this harmony. This mindset encourages a deeper understanding of how individual lifestyle choices impact the earth, leading to conscious decisions that contribute to environmental preservation and regeneration. As yoga continues to evolve, so does its role in raising awareness about environmental issues. Many practitioners are turning to yoga not only as a practice for personal development, but also as a platform for environmental advocacy, highlighting ecological concerns and catalyzing community action. Classes and workshops often incorporate themes of eco-consciousness, promoting discussions about sustainability, conservation, and the ethical treatment of the natural world. By integrating these themes into practice, yoga cultivates a sense of global citizenship and responsibility, empowering individuals to make informed choices that benefit the planet and future generations. The integration of yoga and environmental consciousness is reflected in various initiatives designed to minimize the environmental impact of yoga practices themselves. From using eco-friendly yoga mats and sustainably sourced props to participating in outdoor classes that encourage interaction with nature, practitioners strive to align their lifestyle choices with the values of yoga. These mindful adjustments, though seemingly minor, collectively contribute to a culture of sustainability and awareness, inspiring others to consider the environmental implications of their own actions. Additionally, traditional yogic teachings emphasize living simply and sustainably, a sentiment echoed in today's minimalist and eco-conscious movements. This lifestyle promotes the reduction of material possessions and the mindful use of resources, encouraging individuals to prioritize meaningful experiences and relationships over material abundance. Consequently, the practice of yoga becomes a means of cultivating a sustainable mindset, aligning inner fulfillment with environmental sustainability as practitioners seek balance not only within themselves, but also with the external world. Yoga teachers often incorporate lessons about nature's elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether into practices, deepening participants' connection with the natural world and highlighting these elements' essential roles in maintaining life. This incorporation facilitates an awareness of how human actions can either support or hinder the balance of these essential elements, encouraging conscious choices that promote environmental resilience and the protection of natural resources. Practitioners learn to respect these elements, recognizing their significance in both personal well-being and ecological stability. Furthermore, retreats and workshops in natural settings can reinforce this connection, offering immersive experiences that highlight the beauty and fragility of the ecosystems around us. These experiences provide direct interaction with the natural world, fostering a sense of stewardship and motivating efforts towards conservation and restoration. Through reflection and contemplation in these settings, practitioners often develop a renewed appreciation for their environment, prompting actions that align with the yogic principles of compassion, non-harming, ahimsa, and interconnectedness. The ripple effect of integrating environmental consciousness into yoga extends beyond individual practices to inspire community initiatives dedicated to ecological well-being. Yoga collectives and organizations partner with environmental groups to address local and global ecological issues, offering support through volunteer work, educational campaigns, and fundraising efforts. These collaborations embody the spirit of seva, selfless service, fostering a shared commitment to planetary health that transcends boundaries and unites diverse communities under a common cause. In essence, yoga's integration with environmental consciousness revitalizes its role as a transformative practice for individual and collective change. By embodying the principles of balance, harmony, and respect for all life, yoga practitioners become agents of change, inspiring a shift towards sustainable living and deepening the human connection to the natural world. As this integration deepens, it calls each individual to reflect on their role within the ecosystem, adopting mindful practices that honor both personal needs and planetary health. In this way, yoga continues to evolve as a holistic practice, one that not only nurtures individual well-being, but also champions the thriving of our interconnected, shared world. A call to life, grounded in compassion, awareness, and sustained action towards a harmonious existence with our magnificent earth. Visualizing the future of yoga prompts an exploration into a landscape where ancient traditions and modern innovations coalesce to usher enhanced well-being and consciousness. With roots deeply anchored in historical wisdom, yoga adapts dynamically to contemporary needs, embracing advancements in technology and novel approaches to teaching and practice. This fusion emphasizes accessibility and inclusivity, broadening yoga's reach across diverse communities globally. As digital platforms proliferate, offering virtual classes and resources, more individuals access yoga's benefits, nurturing a global collective of practitioners. This ever-expanding yoga community underscores a shared commitment to promoting health, mindfulness, and spiritual growth. Additionally, collaborations between yoga and other disciplines foster integrative practices that address physical, mental, and emotional dimensions of well-being. Scientific exploration into the effects of yoga provides evidence-based insights, affirming its role in preventative healthcare and stress relief. By weaving tradition with innovation, the future of yoga fosters an inclusive, holistic approach to human flourishing, enriching lives worldwide. As we delve deeper into the potential trajectory of yoga's evolution, we recognize the amplified role that technology plays in expanding access and personalizing practice. With virtual and augmented reality experiences becoming more mainstream, yoga can offer immersive environments that replicate the tranquil settings of traditional in-person retreats. This technological convergence makes it possible for practitioners to engage deeply with their practice, wherever they may be, offering profound experiences of peace and presence. Moreover, advancements in wearable technology provide real-time biofeedback, allowing individuals to tailor their practice to optimize health benefits, ensuring that each session is attuned to their specific needs and conditions. The future of yoga, in its technological evolution, doesn't merely stop at accessibility. It invites a deeper integration with health and wellness, collaborating with medical professionals to create comprehensive health strategies. This harmonious relationship validates yoga's therapeutic potential, promoting its applications in managing anxiety, depression, chronic pain, and more. Health practitioners might increasingly recommend yoga as part of an integrative treatment plan, marrying traditional healthcare with holistic practices to enhance patient outcomes. Such collaborations could lead to developments in personalized yoga routines that align with individual health profiles, optimizing preventative and corrective health measures. Educational advancements in yoga are similarly notable, with transparency and accessibility making profound teachings available to those who seek them. As online platforms host a multitude of learning resources, practitioners can delve deeper into yoga's philosophical aspects, exploring its diverse lineages and teachings. This availability fosters an informed community that honors the tradition's depth and nuances, ensuring that the cultural and philosophical richness of yoga is not diluted as it spreads. Scholars and practitioners celebrate the diverse expressions of yoga, cultivating a dialogue that embraces tradition while pioneering inclusive, progressive practices. In social contexts, the evolving practice of yoga acts as a unifying force, uniting individuals across the globe through shared values of peace, mindfulness, and community support. Yoga's future as a tool for social change is rich with potential. Group practices and retreats foster a collective consciousness that transcends geographic and cultural barriers. By embracing diversity and inclusion, yoga has the power to become a catalyst for social justice, equity, and peace. Practitioners are inspired to embody these principles in their daily lives, encouraging positive social action within their communities. Further, yoga's inclusion within educational institutions and workplaces heralds a proactive shift towards fostering mental health and well-being. Implementing yoga programs in schools introduces children to mindfulness and physical activity, enhancing their emotional intelligence and adaptability. In the corporate world, yoga and mindfulness initiatives contribute to improved productivity, job satisfaction, and overall workplace morale. This integration underscores the importance of well-being in various facets of life, positioning yoga as a foundational pillar of a balanced, fulfilling existence. The recognition of yoga as a cultural heritage, transcending its physical practice into embracing a lifestyle, fortifies its standing as a part of global culture. As practitioners engage with yoga philosophy, its ethical precepts find wider application, encouraging sustainable living, ethical consumption, and mindful engagement with the world. This alignment with broader ethical imperatives nurtures a community of practitioners committed to living consciously, reflecting yoga's guiding principle of unity and interconnectedness. In the artistic realm, the fusion of yoga with dance, music, and visual arts presents dimensions of creative expression that celebrate the body's potential and the soul's liberation. Innovative approaches merge artistic expression with mindfulness, crafting experiences that transcend traditional practice boundaries. These artistic collaborations continue to expand yoga's reach, attracting diverse demographics and inspiring new generations to embrace yoga's timeless wisdom. Looking ahead, the trajectory of yoga is one of inclusivity and extensive interconnectivity, reaching beyond traditional borders of practice. Its adaptability, grounded in ancient wisdom yet open to contemporary innovation, ensures its relevance and resonance with future generations. The continued evolution of yoga fosters an environment of global mindfulness, resilience, and peace, cultivating a sustainable legacy of holistic well-being. Whether through modern technological advancements, community empowerment, or integrative health approaches, yoga stands as a beacon of personal and collective transformation, an enduring path to unity with oneself and the world. In this synthesis of past and future, the practice holds steadfast in its promise to elevate consciousness, ensuring that its profound lessons guide humanity towards a harmonious and enlightened tomorrow. Navigating the modern landscape of yoga involves a careful integration of tradition and innovation, blending time-honored practices with contemporary advancements to enhance well-being and consciousness. As yoga continues to evolve, it harmonizes the ancient principles of unity, mindfulness, and spirituality with today's dynamic societal needs. This synthesis creates a multifaceted approach that extends yoga's reach, promoting health and mindfulness across different demographics globally. The growing accessibility through digital platforms allows for a diverse range of practitioners to engage with yoga from anywhere, nurturing a broad collective dedicated to spiritual and physical growth. Additionally, the collaboration between yoga and various disciplines such as healthcare, technology, and the arts offers a comprehensive view of wellness. Scientific research supports the therapeutic benefits of yoga, serving as a testament to its role in alleviating stress and fostering psychological health. By blending ancient wisdom with modern technology, yoga opens pathways to an inclusive, holistic practice that enriches lives worldwide. Looking forward, the future of yoga lies in its capacity to adapt and resonate with modern audiences while preserving its essential teachings. As yoga becomes increasingly integrated into everyday life, we witness transformative possibilities that align with both personal growth and societal evolution. Yoga's accessibility rises with virtual platforms, enabling personalized experiences that adhere to individual preferences and health needs. Digital innovations, such as immersive environments through virtual reality, offer practitioners the ability to practice yoga in serene, nature-inspired settings, enhancing their experience of tranquility and mindfulness. As these technologies evolve, yoga maintains its core mission to serve as a tool for spiritual connection and self-awareness amid the chaos of contemporary living. The collaboration between yoga and healthcare further exemplifies its evolving role in promoting holistic health. As medical professionals increasingly recognize yoga's benefits, it becomes an integral part of wellness strategies, targeting physical and mental health issues. Health practitioners and yoga therapists work together to design personalized yoga routines that complement traditional medical treatments, offering solutions for conditions like anxiety, chronic pain, and even cardiovascular health. This integration redefines healthcare, offering a model that combines preventative measures with physical and mental rehabilitation, helping individuals achieve optimal well-being through a holistic approach that respects body, mind, and spirit. In education and workplaces, the integration of yoga practices supports a trend towards fostering a healthier, more balanced environment. Schools that introduce yoga and mindfulness programs allow students to develop emotional intelligence, resilience, and focus, equipping them with skills beneficial in both academic and personal contexts. Similarly, workplaces that implement wellness programs see improvements in employee satisfaction, productivity, and stress management. As organizations prioritize mental and physical wellness, yoga emerges as a fundamental component of initiatives aimed at nurturing overall health and fostering a motivated, engaged community. Moreover, yoga's influence beyond the mat becomes evident as it intertwines with issues of social responsibility and ecological mindfulness. Practicing yoga encourages adherents to live in accordance with principles of sustainability, compassion, and community engagement. Whether inspired to adopt eco-friendly habits or support social justice causes, yoga practitioners often find themselves at the forefront of movements advocating for positive environmental and societal change. The commitment to ahimsa, or non-harming, extends beyond personal practice, motivating individuals and communities to champion initiatives that reflect these values. The artistic potential of yoga further exemplifies its expansive nature. By blending with creative forms such as dance, music, and visual arts, yoga offers avenues for expressing the synergy between movement, breath, and creativity. These innovative expressions not only broaden yoga's appeal, attracting diverse demographics, but also deepen the emotional and spiritual experience of practitioners. Festivals and events celebrating this fusion foster inclusive spaces where art and mindfulness inspire transformative experiences. Such interdisciplinary collaborations highlight yoga's potential to elevate consciousness, inviting practitioners to explore deeper layers of self-expression and connection. Cultural preservation also remains a crucial focus amidst yoga's growing popularity. As the practice spreads worldwide, ensuring respect and understanding of its roots becomes vital. Practitioners and educators seek to balance innovation with tradition, fostering a knowledge base that honors yoga's historical and philosophical depth. Efforts to educate communities about yoga's cultural significance accompany its expansion into new arenas, preserving its integrity and authenticity while enabling creative evolution. In summary, the sustained growth and transformation of yoga signify its enduring relevance in a rapidly changing world. Its capacity to embrace modern advancements while staying true to its foundational teachings offers a powerful model for holistic well-being. Yoga continues to bridge ancient wisdom and contemporary life, emphasizing inner peace, collective harmony, and ecological awareness. As practitioners navigate their personal journeys, they contribute to a global community centered on mutual respect, understanding, and the shared pursuit of balance and insight. Through this synergy of past and future, the practice serves as a guiding light, fostering transformation not only within individuals but across societies, paving the way for a more harmonious and enlightened future. This journey exemplifies the eternal dance between tradition and innovation, ensuring yoga's place as a vital force in personal and global wellness for generations to come. The intersection of yoga and digital technology forms a burgeoning field where tradition meets innovation, fundamentally altering how individuals engage with and experience yoga. As we stand on the brink of technological evolution, digital platforms provide a dynamic environment for yoga practitioners, offering unprecedented access to a wealth of resources. This integration facilitates an inclusive community spanning continents, cultures, and time zones, allowing practitioners to unite in shared pursuits of health and mindfulness. Online yoga classes, tutorials, and interactive workshops redefine accessibility, enabling practitioners to tailor their experiences to fit personal needs. Moreover, the expansion of technology in yoga promotes inclusivity by lowering barriers for those who might otherwise struggle to access traditional yoga settings due to geographic, physical, or financial limitations. This technological integration not only democratizes yoga, but also enriches the practice by allowing individuals to customize their journeys, fostering a personalized approach to achieving overall well-being and spiritual growth. As technology continues to advance, the potential for even deeper integration with yoga grows, paving the way for innovative practices that can enhance personal well-being and mindfulness. Virtual and augmented reality, for instance, provide opportunities for practitioners to immerse themselves in serene, nature-inspired environments without leaving their homes. These technologies can replicate the sensory experiences of practicing yoga in natural settings, such as tranquil forests or serene beaches, thus enhancing the meditative quality of the practice. This immersive experience amplifies the sense of calm and connection to nature, vital aspects of yogic philosophy, serving as a powerful catalyst for deeper mindfulness and relaxation. The advent of wearable technologies represents another frontier in the digital transformation of yoga. These devices can monitor physiological signals like heart rate, breath patterns, and muscle activity in real time, providing practitioners with valuable insights into their body's responses during practice. By collecting data on the physiological effects of each session, these technologies enable a tailored approach to yoga. yoga practitioners can adjust their practice to optimize health benefits, ensuring alignment with their specific needs and health goals. This data-driven approach not only enhances the safety and effectiveness of yoga practices, but also empowers practitioners with knowledge about their own bodies, fostering self-awareness and facilitating informed, mindful practice. Furthermore, the synergy between yoga and technology is not just limited to individual practice, but extends to community building and education as well. Platforms that offer live-streamed classes and digital retreats create spaces for communal practice, allowing individuals from different parts of the world to connect, share, and grow together. Online forums and social media platforms provide avenues for discussions about yoga philosophy, techniques, and experiences, fostering a global dialogue that enriches understanding and appreciation of yoga's diverse traditions and teachings. This interconnectedness nurtures a supportive global community where practitioners can inspire and learn from one another, ensuring that yoga continues to thrive as a collective journey towards enlightenment and well-being. The transformative role of technology in yoga also expands into the realm of personalized wellness plans, designed through collaboration between medical professionals and yoga therapists. These plans incorporate digital tools to monitor health metrics, design safer practices, and track individual progress over time. By integrating medical insights with personalized yoga regimens, practitioners can better achieve their wellness goals, whether they involve stress reduction, rehabilitation, or overall fitness. Such integration illustrates a holistic model of wellness, one that respects and attends to both modern health science and ancient wisdom. Bridging these worlds fosters a comprehensive approach to health and healing, broadening the potential of yoga as a therapeutic modality beyond its conventional applications. The digital transformation of yoga is not without its challenges. Maintaining the integrity and authenticity of yoga practices amidst rapid technological advancement requires mindful navigation. It is essential to ensure that digital platforms uphold the core values of yoga, emphasizing mindfulness, respect, and the spiritual components intrinsic to the tradition. The proliferation of online yoga content also necessitates discernment among practitioners in choosing reliable sources. With so much information available, ensuring quality and fidelity to yoga's foundational principles becomes crucial. Educators and practitioners must work collaboratively to preserve the essence of yoga, balancing innovation with a deep respect for the practice's rich cultural heritage. In conclusion, the fusion of yoga with digital technology exemplifies a modern renaissance for the ancient practice, ushering in new possibilities for access, personalization, and community building. As yoga embraces this digital future, it maintains its timeless essentia practice dedicated to unity, mindfulness, and well-beings, while offering innovative paths to explore its profound benefits. Through thoughtful integration of technology, yoga continues to provide a beacon of self-awareness and spiritual enrichment, adapting to the changing landscape while holding firm to its eternal truths. This dynamic blend of old and new nurtures an evolving community that honors yoga's past while eagerly advancing towards new horizons, affirming its place as a potent force for holistic health in our interconnected world. The artistic potential of yoga represents a flourishing frontier where physical practice meets creative expression, inviting practitioners to explore dimensions of movement, breath, and mindfulness in innovative ways. This intersection of art and yoga enriches the traditional practice by allowing it to evolve into a dynamic form of self-expression and spiritual exploration. As yoga merges with artistic disciplines, such as dance, music, and visual arts, it transcends its conventional boundaries to offer alternative pathways for holistic well-being and cultural engagement. Festivals and workshops that celebrate this fusion attract diverse audiences, expanding yoga's appeal and accessibility across different demographics. Participants are encouraged to engage their creativity, awakening new insights and deeper connections to their inner selves and the world around them. This vibrant convergence not only revitalizes personal yoga practice, but also cultivates a community that values collaboration, inclusivity, and the transformative power of art. Through this synergy, practitioners are inspired to connect with yoga's philosophical roots while embracing contemporary expressions. Delving deeper into the synthesis of yoga and art, we find a multifaceted relationship that mirrors the philosophy of yoga, its self-uniting mind, body, and spirit. Dance, for example, integrates the fluidity and grace inherent in both disciplines, creating a movement meditation that resonates with rhythm and breath. Practicing yoga with this artistic lens allows practitioners to tap into their intuitive sense of flow, finding freedom in movement and expression. This creative exploration reinforces the mind-body connection, encouraging practitioners to listen to their bodies and honor their innate wisdom. By fostering self-discovery through the arts, yoga becomes more than a physical practice. It transforms into a canvas for personal growth and healing. Music, too, plays a critical role in enhancing the physical and emotional landscapes of yoga practice. Whether through live performances or curated playlists, music serves as an emotional guide, enhancing the experience of presence and allowing practitioners to deepen their meditative states. The rhythmic cadence of sound aligns with the natural rhythms of breath and heart, facilitating a deeper state of harmony and tranquility. Musicians collaborating with yoga practitioners find new ways to heighten the meditative quality of practice, using sound to evoke specific emotional responses that can facilitate relaxation, introspection, and rejuvenation. This fusion creates a multisensory experience that enriches the traditional understanding of yoga, offering practitioners new ways to engage with their practice on an emotional and spiritual level. Visual arts capture the essence and beauty of yoga through mediums like painting, sculpture, and photography, providing tangible expressions of the practice's transformative power. Art exhibits and installations, inspired by yoga, often focus on themes of balance, unity, and spiritual growth, resonating deeply with both practitioners and enthusiasts. These visual interpretations serve as a form of storytelling, conveying the deep meaning and purpose behind yoga's teachings. Artists often explore the symbolism inherent in yoga poses, using their work to meditate on themes of strength, surrender, and enlightenment. Through these artistic endeavors, the practice of yoga enters the broader cultural dialogue, positioning itself as a significant influence in contemporary art and culture. The fusion of yoga and art also fosters a sense of community and shared learning as practitioners come together to explore and create. Art-centric yoga events and festivals provide platforms for individuals from diverse backgrounds to connect and collaborate. These gatherings celebrate the convergence of tradition with modern creativity, fostering an environment that encourages exploration and personal expression. Participants find inspiration in community dialogues, performances, and collaborative workshops, which facilitate an exchange of ideas and techniques that enhance both personal and collective growth. This sense of community nurtures a global network of creatives and yogis dedicated to fostering peace, mindfulness, and artistic expression. Moreover, integrating art into yoga practice supports the development of emotional intelligence and resilience by providing outlets for processing emotions and experiences. Artistic engagement encourages practitioners to express their feelings in non-verbal ways, using creative mediums as a form of catharsis. This process can aid in the release of emotional blockages, promoting mental and emotional clarity. By awakening open-heartedness and authenticity, This integration of yoga and art becomes a powerful tool for healing and transformation. It empowers individuals to navigate life's complexities with greater awareness, compassion, and creativity, reflecting yoga's broader goals of self-awareness and interconnectedness. Art-driven yoga practices open doors to inclusivity and accessibility, breaking down barriers that may exist within traditional yoga settings. By inviting diverse artistic expressions into the practice, yoga becomes more relatable and appealing to a wider audience. Communities, particularly those who may not initially feel aligned with traditional yoga practices, find opportunities to engage with yoga in innovative ways through art. The blend of movement, music, and art-based practices invites all individuals, regardless of age, ability, or background, to join in the exploration of self and community. Overall, the interplay between yoga and art stands as a testament to the evolving nature of both disciplines, bridging past with present and tradition with innovation. This vibrant fusion allows practitioners to not only deepen their understanding of yoga, but to also express it in ways that resonate with their unique experiences and aspirations. As yoga continues to evolve within the artistic domain, it reaffirms its relevance as a dynamic, fluid practice capable of adapting to the ever-changing landscape of human creativity and consciousness. Through the ongoing dialogue between yoga and the arts, practitioners worldwide are inspired to embrace their interconnectedness, creativity, and the boundless opportunities for growth and expression that arise from this harmonious integration. Cultural preservation plays a crucial role as yoga continues to gain global popularity, ensuring that its traditional roots and profound history are honored as the practice evolves. The rapid expansion of yoga across the world offers countless individuals newfound access to its benefits, but it also presents challenges related to maintaining the integrity of its original teachings and philosophies. As yoga professionals and practitioners adapt the practice to modern times, there is a growing responsibility to respect the cultural heritage from which yoga originates. This includes understanding the depth of its spiritual and philosophical foundations, which are deeply intertwined with the history of Indian culture and spiritual traditions. Ensuring authentic representation requires an emphasis on education, fostering a comprehensive appreciation and respect for the myriad aspects of yoga beyond just the physical postures. This balance between honoring tradition and embracing innovation is key to preserving yoga's essence while allowing it to flourish globally. Cultural authenticity not only enriches individual practice, but also strengthens the global yoga community's connection to its profound origins. Efforts to maintain cultural authenticity in yoga involve a comprehensive approach that spans education, practice, and community engagement. Providing historically accurate and contextually rich education ensures that practitioners and instructors alike understand and appreciate the origins of yoga. This educational emphasis includes exploring the philosophical texts, spiritual practices, and historical milestones that have shaped yoga over millennia. Workshops, courses, and resources focused on yoga history and philosophy help preserve its cultural narrative, offering participants the opportunity to deepen their comprehension and reverence for the practice. Understanding the ethical principles, such as the yamas and niyamas codes of conduct rooted in the yogic tradition, also enriches personal practice, reinforcing the importance of ethical and spiritual growth alongside physical health. Furthermore, fostering dialogue within the yoga community is crucial for cultural preservation. Spaces for discussion and reflection on the cultural and spiritual dimensions of yoga encourage practitioners to engage with the practice beyond physical postures. Yoga studios, online platforms, and community gatherings serve as forums where participants can share experiences and insights, collectively exploring the rich tapestry of yoga's cultural heritage. Encouraging diverse perspectives within these dialogues not only builds understanding and inclusivity, but also promotes a collective commitment to preserving and respecting yoga's origins. Cultural preservation efforts are also supported through the collaboration with and support of Indian yoga practitioners, teachers, and scholars. These individuals are custodians of the tradition, offering invaluable insights and guidance on maintaining authenticity in modern practice. Inviting these voices into global conversations within the yoga community ensures that authentic perspectives are included and valued. This collaboration nurtures a reciprocal exchange where traditional wisdom informs contemporary practice and modern interpretations contribute to the dynamic evolution of yoga. Moreover, integrating cultural awareness into yoga teacher training programs cultivates educators who are well-versed in the broader cultural context of their teaching. These programs can incorporate coursework on yoga history, philosophy, and spiritual practices, encouraging teachers to impart not only technical skills, but also an appreciation for yoga's rich heritage. By equipping instructors with this knowledge, teacher training creates ambassadors of authenticity who can share culturally aware practices with their students, fostering a deeper appreciation for yoga's origins in the global landscape. On a global scale, cultural preservation in yoga is fortified by initiatives and organizations dedicated to safeguarding the practice's integrity. These entities advocate for standards and certifications that recognize practices aligned with traditional teachings, encouraging a commitment to authenticity within the industry. Such efforts are supported by networks of practitioners and educators who share resources, research, and best practices. By building a foundation grounded in mutual respect and shared cultural understanding, these initiatives energize the movement toward preserving yoga's cultural heritage. The fusion of tradition with modern innovation creates a constant balancing act between cultural authenticity and contemporary relevance. Practitioners are encouraged to integrate yoga into their lives in ways that honor its origins while reflecting individual contexts and experiences. This practice can inspire creativity within authenticity, enabling personalized expressions of yoga that inform personal and community development. By celebrating cultural diversity within the global yoga community, participants are empowered to honor yoga's roots while embracing its evolving manifestations. As yoga continues to offer transformative experiences globally, cultural preservation remains indispensable. Ensuring the practice's integrity and authenticity preserves its purpose, promotes ethical teaching and practice, and nurtures a global community that values the expansive wisdom of yoga's heritage. By educating practitioners, fostering dialogue, supporting collaboration, and embracing cultural diversity, yoga's true essence thrives. This dedication to cultural preservation becomes a guiding principle, fostering respect, understanding, and unity among practitioners worldwide, honoring the rich legacy of an ancient tradition as it forges new pathways in today's interconnected world. As yoga's popularity soars globally, the phenomenon of cultural appropriation emerges as a pressing issue, shedding light on the critical balance between cultural sharing and misappropriation. Cultural appropriation entails adopting elements of one culture by members of another, often without permission and with little understanding of the original context, potentially distorting their meaning and significance. In the realm of yoga, this can manifest as the commodification of sacred practices, symbols, and philosophies, stripped of their cultural and spiritual essence for commercial gain. This misrepresentation not only risks eroding the depth of yoga, but also marginalizes the cultures from which these traditions originate. Addressing these issues necessitates a conscious effort to practice yoga with respect and mindfulness, ensuring its traditions are honored and its cultural richness preserved. Acknowledging the roots of yoga and engaging with its history and philosophy allows practitioners to embrace the practice with genuine reverence, fostering an environment of mutual respect and understanding. To mitigate cultural appropriation in yoga, education becomes a powerful tool, encouraging practitioners to delve into the rich, historical, and philosophical foundations of the practice. By educating themselves on the origins of yoga, including the ancient texts, such as the Vedas and Upanishads, and the influential teachings of figures like Patanjali, practitioners can cultivate a comprehensive understanding of the practice's spiritual core. Engagement with the cultural and religious significance of yogic rituals, symbols, and practices is vital. Workshops, classes, and self-study can provide insights into the philosophical underpinnings and ethical guidelines that define authentic yoga practice. This knowledge can guide practitioners in approaching yoga with the depth of understanding and respect it deserves, preventing superficial or erroneous representations. By fostering a culture of informed engagement, the global yoga community can honor the traditions from which yoga originates, ensuring its integrity is maintained. Respectful practice also involves conscious consideration of the language and symbols used in yoga, ensuring they are treated with the reverence due to their cultural significance. For instance, the use of Sanskrit terminology or Hindu deities in classes or marketing should reflect their sacred nature, avoiding trivialization or misrepresentation. Practitioners and instructors are encouraged to approach these elements with the intention of preserving their spiritual weight and context, rather than capitalizing on their exotic appeal. This respectful engagement can enhance the depth and authenticity of practice, aligning with the holistic values inherent in traditional yoga. Moreover, fostering a sense of cultural humility, acknowledging one's limitations in understanding another culture, fully can encourage practitioners to seek knowledge from authentic sources and engage in meaningful dialogue with cultural custodians. Collaborating directly with practitioners, educators, and scholars from the yoga's culture of origin is crucial in preventing cultural appropriation. These individuals possess the knowledge and experience necessary to provide an authentic representation of yoga. Inviting them to lead classes, workshops, or consultations within the global yoga space allows their voices to enrich the practice with cultural authenticity and depth. These collaborations foster mutual respect and understanding, bridging cultural divides and aligning yoga practice with its philosophical roots. The inclusion of diverse perspectives ensures a more nuanced and respectful approach to yoga, validating the experiences and expertise of those who carry the tradition's legacy. Moreover, within the realms of media and marketing, ethical considerations play a pivotal role in addressing cultural appropriation. The commercialization of yoga often focuses on stereotypical imagery and messaging that diminishes the cultural significance of practices and symbols. Brands and content creators are called upon to practice sensitivity and awareness in their portrayal of yoga, steering clear of reductive or misleading narratives. Collaborating with cultural representatives in the design and messaging processes ensures that cultural integrity is upheld. This intentional approach can reshape perceptions, encouraging audiences to engage with yoga in a way that values depth over surface-level appeal. Cultural appropriation in yoga also highlights broader social and ethical issues, raising questions about privilege, power dynamics, and inclusivity within the practice. Addressing these concerns requires conscious action towards creating a more equitable and inclusive yoga community where diverse voices and experiences are heard and respected. Advocacy for representation and access within yoga spaces is essential, ensuring that practitioners from various backgrounds can share in the practice's benefits and contribute to its future. Ultimately, navigating the complex landscape of cultural appropriation in yoga necessitates ongoing reflection, learning, and collaboration. As the global community embraces this transformative practice, mindful engagement with its cultural roots nurtures a genuine appreciation for yoga's rich heritage. By fostering a sense of humility, respect, and inclusivity, practitioners can help ensure that yoga remains a profound, unifying force that honors its historical significance while evolving with integrity. This commitment to cultural sensitivity and respect not only preserves the essence of yoga, but also strengthens the bonds of understanding and shared humanity within the global community. As yoga continues to evolve on the global stage, there is a parallel development of innovative, interdisciplinary practices that combine traditional yoga with contemporary methodologies to foster holistic well-being. These hybrid practices often integrate elements from mindfulness, physical fitness, psychology, and more, creating diverse offerings that cater to a wide range of personal goals and lifestyles. For instance, integrating mindfulness meditation techniques within yoga sessions enhances mental clarity and emotional balance, offering practitioners a comprehensive toolkit for managing stress and enhancing focus. Additionally, incorporating elements from fitness training brings an increased focus on strength, flexibility, and cardiovascular health, complementing yoga's traditional emphasis on balance and breath. The synthesis of yoga with therapeutic practices such as cognitive behavioral techniques and somatic therapy highlights yoga's potential in psychological healing and personal growth. This evolving landscape of practice reflects a dynamic engagement with yoga, where the core principles of mindfulness, balance, and unity are expressed through diverse contemporary lenses. The interdisciplinary integration of yoga with mindfulness practices underscores the profound impact of this synthesis on mental health and emotional well-being. Mindfulness, which emphasizes present moment awareness and non-judgmental observation, finds a natural complement in the mindful movement and breathwork inherent in yogic practice. By incorporating structured mindfulness exercises into yoga sessions, practitioners not only deepen their awareness of bodily sensations and breath, but also cultivate a greater sense of mental clarity and emotional resilience. This harmonious blend supports the reduction of anxiety and stress levels, enhances focus and concentration, and fosters a more compassionate relationship with oneself. By embracing mindfulness within yoga, participants access a holistic approach to mental wellness, where the cultivation of self-awareness becomes a foundational pillar of transformation. Interdisciplinary practices that merge yoga with physical fitness methodologies offer an innovative pathway for enhancing bodily health while maintaining yoga's core principles. This fusion often incorporates aspects of strength training, high-intensity workouts, or functional movement exercises within yoga frameworks, ensuring that practitioners can experience comprehensive physical conditioning alongside the meditative and restorative aspects of traditional yoga. By introducing resistance and weight-bearing exercises, these hybrid practices enhance muscular strength and endurance, aspects that are less emphasized in traditional yoga. This combination not only broadens the physical benefits of yoga, supporting cardiovascular health and metabolic conditioning, but also retains the holistic mindfulness qualities that define yoga practice. Such interdisciplinary approaches cater to individuals seeking diverse ways to maintain physical health and reach specific fitness goals while experiencing the grounding and introspective benefits of yoga. Moreover, the synthesis of yoga with psychological healing practices demonstrates the expanding therapeutic potential of yoga in addressing mental health challenges. By integrating cognitive behavioral techniques, mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, or somatic therapy within yoga, practitioners can engage with the interconnectedness of mind and body to support deep healing. These hybrid practices provide tools for managing symptoms of depression, anxiety, trauma, and chronic stress, emphasizing body awareness and the healing power of breath and movement. As individuals become attuned to their bodily experiences, they develop healthier relationships with their emotions and thoughts, fostering emotional intelligence and resilience. The therapeutic applications of yoga highlight its adaptability and its potential to complement contemporary mental health treatment modalities, offering individuals a pathway to comprehensive wellness, informed by both modern psychology and ancient wisdom. In addition to its evolution through physical and psychological interdisciplinary practices, yoga's integration with creative arts offers profound avenues for personal expression and cultural engagement. By combining yoga with elements of dance, music, visual arts, and storytelling, practitioners tap into the transformative power of creativity, unlocking new dimensions of self-awareness and intuition. These interdisciplinary practices encourage individuals to explore movement and breath as forms of artistic expression, breaking free from rigid structures and embracing fluidity and spontaneity. Art-centric yoga sessions offer a multi-sensory experience where the synergy of movement, sound, and visual imagery enhances the meditative aspects of yoga, promoting relaxation and emotional exploration. This artistic synthesis celebrates diversity and cultural inclusivity, bridging traditional practice with innovative expression and allowing participants to explore their unique creative potential within a nurturing and mindful environment. This dynamic evolution of yoga through interdisciplinary practices reflects yoga's ability to continuously adapt and meet the diverse needs and aspirations of a global audience. As practitioners experiment with different fusions that resonate with their personal goals, yoga's foundational principles of unity, balance, and mindfulness remain ever present, guiding individuals towards holistic well-being. This open-ended journey encourages practitioners to craft personalized practices that honor yoga's core while embracing contemporary methodologies, enabling a rich exploration of self and community. In navigating this ever-expanding landscape, yoga maintains its integral role as a transformative practice, empowering individuals to achieve harmony within themselves and with the world around them. The interplay of tradition and innovation within yoga reaffirms its relevance as a versatile and evolving discipline, transforming lives globally through the power of mindful living. In the expansive realm of yoga, the interplay between tradition and innovation is marked by a significant variety of styles and adaptations that cater to the diverse needs and aspirations of practitioners worldwide. This diversity reflects yoga's inherent adaptability, inviting individuals to connect with its principles in ways that best align with their unique lifestyles and personal goals. Among the myriad styles, traditional forms like Hatha, Ashtanga, and Iyengar yoga preserve rigorous adherence to classical techniques, emphasizing alignment, breath control, and posture. These forms stand as pillars of discipline and focus, offering practitioners a structured path to physical and spiritual growth. Meanwhile, contemporary styles such as vinyasa, power yoga, and restorative yoga have emerged, providing dynamic or gentle alternatives that fuse traditional elements with modern approaches to movement and wellness. These variations often incorporate creativity and personal expression, allowing practitioners to explore new dimensions of their yoga journey while maintaining fidelity to yoga's foundational ethos of balance and mindfulness. Vinyasa yoga, often characterized by its fluid, dynamic movements and sequences synchronized with breath, offers a modern adaptation that appeals to those seeking a more vigorous and energetically engaging practice. This style emphasizes a seamless flow from one pose to the next, creating a dance-like rhythm that enhances cardiovascular health, builds strength, and increases flexibility. The continuous movement in Vinyasa yoga aids in maintaining mental focus, encouraging practitioners to remain present and attuned to their body's sensations as they navigate each transition. This style's adaptability and creative sequencing allow instructors to design classes that cater to various skill levels and intentions, making it a popular choice for practitioners who appreciate flexibility, diversity, and a meditative yet challenging practice. Another contemporary style, Power Yoga, builds upon the foundations of Ashtanga Yoga to offer an intense, fitness-oriented approach that emphasizes strength and stamina. Power Yoga sequences incorporate advanced postures and prolonged holds, often with an emphasis on core engagement and muscular endurance. This style's rigorous physical demands appeal to individuals seeking to complement or enhance their fitness routines with the mindfulness and breath awareness inherent in yoga. Power Yoga's intensity fosters mental resilience and discipline as practitioners push through physical boundaries while engaging with self-awareness and inner strength. Despite its vigorous nature, the core principles of yoga centered on breath, alignment, and inner focus remain integral, ensuring a balanced practice that nourishes both the body and mind. Restorative yoga, in contrast, embraces the gentler, healing aspects of yoga practice, focusing on deep relaxation and stress relief. Utilizing props such as bolsters, blocks, and blankets, restorative yoga gently supports the body in restful poses, inviting the nervous system to unwind and promoting a state of deep meditative calm. This style's emphasis on passive stretching and extended holds encourages practitioners to release tension, cultivate patience, and develop a mindful connection with their breath. Restorative yoga's nurturing environment provides a sanctuary from life's stresses, supporting emotional balance and offering valuable tools for self-compassion and inner peace. It is particularly beneficial for those recovering from injury, managing chronic stress, or seeking a tranquil complement to more active lifestyles. One notable innovation within yoga practice is the integration of yoga with complementary wellness modalities, such as Tai Chi, Pilates, and Qigong, which enrich yoga's traditional benefits with diverse health-focused perspectives. These hybrid practices merge philosophies and techniques, creating unique offerings that enhance physical fitness, mental clarity, and emotional balance. For instance, combining Pilates with yoga emphasizes core stability and alignment, promoting muscular control alongside flexibility, while integrating Tai Chi's flowing movements introduces elements of balance and mindful awareness, encouraging harmony between body and mind. Such fusions meet the evolving needs of practitioners seeking holistic tools for personal growth, health, and well-being, reinforcing yoga's relevance as a dynamic and adaptable discipline capable of continuous renewal and innovation. As yoga continues to expand across a multicultural world, it embraces diverse populations, each bringing distinct cultural and philosophical influences that further enhance the practice. The inclusion of elements from indigenous practices, ancient wisdom traditions, and modern therapeutic approaches signifies yoga's potential as a global practice of healing and transformation. These diverse perspectives contribute to the rich tapestry of yoga, offering opportunities for practitioners to explore, understand, and embrace a multitude of cultural expressions through a unified journey. The convergence of tradition and innovation in yoga encourages a vibrant, open-minded community where both introspection and creativity serve as pathways to self-understanding and holistic well-being. In an increasingly connected and dynamic world, yoga's enduring appeal lies in its capacity to adapt and transform, while steadfastly maintaining its core principles of unity, balance, and mindfulness. The diversity of styles and adaptations within yoga practice reflects its boundless potential to accommodate the varied needs and aspirations of practitioners from all walks of life. By honoring both tradition and innovation, yoga remains a timeless and transformative discipline, guiding individuals toward greater self-awareness, wellness, and community connection. The dialogue between these elements shapes a path that respects the ancient wisdom of yoga, enriched by contemporary exploration, continually evolving in response to the evolving human experience. In the dynamic landscape of yoga practice, the integration of technology emerges as a transformative force, reshaping how practitioners engage with and experience yoga globally. This technology-driven evolution offers innovative tools and platforms, enabling access, personalization, and community building like never before. Online yoga classes and platforms have revolutionized accessibility, breaking down geographical and societal barriers, allowing practitioners from diverse backgrounds to access high-quality instruction at their convenience. These platforms offer a vast array of class styles, levels, and durations, catering to individual preferences and schedules, making yoga more inclusive and adaptable to modern lifestyles. Moreover, technology facilitates real-time interaction and feedback from instructors, enhancing engagement and support for practitioners as they navigate their yoga journey. Beyond accessibility, wearable technology and fitness apps contribute to personalized practice, offering insights into body metrics such as heart rate, flexibility, and sleep quality. These tools empower practitioners to track their progress, customize routines, and set goals, fostering a deeper connection with their physical and mental well-being. One of the most profound impacts of technology on yoga practice is the heightened personalization and adaptability it offers, allowing individuals to tailor their yoga experiences to meet specific goals and needs. Fitness apps with integrated yoga routines enable practitioners to choose sequences that align with their fitness level, time constraints, and wellness objectives, offering flexibility and autonomy over their practice. These apps often provide guided sessions with a variety of themes, such as stress relief, strength building, or mindfulness, accommodating the dynamic and individualized yoga needs of practitioners. By utilizing technology, individuals can explore a wider spectrum of yoga practices at their own pace, shifting focus as their personal goals and lifestyles evolve. This customization empowers practitioners to craft intentional and meaningful routines, reinforcing a commitment to self-care and holistic health. As technology advances, the development of virtual reality, VR, yoga experiences, presents an innovative frontier in enhancing mindfulness and engagement within practice. VR technology transports practitioners into immersive virtual environments, where they can perform yoga sequences surrounded by calming landscapes or guided by interactive digital instructors. This multisensory experience deepens the connection between mind and body, promoting focus, relaxation, and presence through the vivid simulation of relaxing settings or serene natural landscapes. The use of VR in yoga holds the potential to alleviate stress, enhance mental clarity, and foster a heightened state of meditative awareness, offering an alternative or supplement to traditional practice environments. As these technologies continue to innovate, they expand the possibilities for creative exploration and introspection within yoga, allowing practitioners to engage with their practice on a deeper, more transformative level. Another significant impact of technology in the yoga space is cultivating global communities and forums for sharing knowledge, experiences, and support. Social media platforms, online forums, and virtual yoga communities provide spaces for practitioners to connect, share insights, and learn from one another, contributing to a global dialogue that celebrates the diversity and richness of yoga practice. These platforms often showcase an array of perspectives, from seasoned instructors sharing wisdom and techniques to practitioners documenting personal journeys and transformations, creating an inclusive tapestry of experiences and insights. Through technology, individuals can engage with yoga communities across the world, discovering new practices, philosophies, and cultural traditions, enhancing their understanding and appreciation of the practice. This global connectivity fosters a sense of belonging and unity, encouraging collaboration and shared learning among diverse communities, and reinforcing yoga's core principle of interconnectedness. The integration of technology in yoga also brings attention to important considerations regarding balance and mindfulness in the digital age. While technology enhances accessibility and personalization, it must be navigated with awareness to prevent over-reliance or distraction, which may detract from the essence of mindful practice. Practitioners are encouraged to maintain a conscious relationship with technology, utilizing it as a tool that supports and enriches their practice without compromising the foundational qualities of focus, presence, and intention inherent in yoga. By embracing practices such as digital detoxes, mindful device usage, or setting boundaries for technology use, individuals can align the benefits of technology with the mindful principles of yoga, ensuring that their practice remains a sanctuary of peace and self-discovery. Ultimately, the intersection of yoga and technology represents a harmonious blend of tradition and innovation, offering new dimensions and opportunities for engagement, exploration, and growth within practice. As technology continues to evolve, yoga practitioners worldwide are presented with a broad spectrum of resources, insights, and connections, inspiring a renewed commitment to holistic well-being and personal growth. By approaching this integration mindfully, individuals can harness the transformative power of technology to enhance their yoga journey, fostering a deeper connection with themselves and the broader, interconnected world. As the practice of yoga traverses the globe and transcends cultural boundaries, its universal principles of mindfulness, balance, and unity are being woven into diverse spiritual and wellness traditions, contributing to a rich tapestry of global approaches to health and personal growth. This harmonization not only elevates the practice itself, but also fosters cross-cultural understanding and respect, allowing an exchange of wisdom that enriches both traditional and contemporary practices. Various global communities infuse yoga with elements from their indigenous wellness traditions, creating a synergy that underscores shared human values of wellness and self-awareness. For example, the integration of Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, indigenous healing philosophies, and modern psychology with yoga principles creates multifaceted practices that address the complexities of mind-body health in nuanced ways. These collaborative approaches invite practitioners to explore yoga through various cultural lenses, appreciating its versatility as a tool for healing and transformation in diverse, culturally sensitive contexts. In the context of Ayurveda, India's ancient system of medicine yoga is often seamlessly integrated to promote holistic health, emphasizing balance among the body's doshas, or life forces, to achieve well-being. This synergy highlights the complementary nature of yoga and Ayurveda, using postures, breathwork, and meditation to align body and mind within Ayurvedic principles, facilitating detoxification, physical vitality, and mental tranquility. Practitioners embracing this fusion are guided to select asanas and routines that resonate with their individual constitutions, promoting harmony according to each person's unique bioenergetic makeup. The integration of Ayurvedic wisdom into yoga practice invites a personalized and intuitive approach, nurturing a deeper understanding of body-mind interconnectedness and the vibrant energy that sustains wellness. Within traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, the practice of yoga aligns with concepts such as qi, vital energy, and the balance of yin and yang, creating a synthesis that merges Eastern wisdom traditions to enhance physical and emotional balance. Yoga's focus on breath and movement harmonizes with TCM's emphasis on energy flow through meridians, promoting internal balance and facilitating the body's natural healing processes. This combination encourages participants to explore the energy dynamics within their practice, fostering an awareness of life force and how it manifests bodily, emotionally, and spiritually. By integrating yoga with the holistic principles of TCM, practitioners can cultivate an enriched awareness of the subtler aspects of their being, enhancing vitality and nurturing equilibrium. The fusion of indigenous healing philosophies with yoga underscores shared origins and values across ancient wellness systems, celebrating a diverse tapestry of practices rooted in respect for nature, community, and introspection. Many indigenous traditions offer unique perspectives on mindfulness and connection to the natural world, resonating with yoga's principles of unity and consciousness exploration. These interdisciplinary practices highlight storytelling, ritual, and community involvement, enriching yoga's expression by incorporating cultural practices that honor ancestral wisdom. Practitioners engaging with these hybrid approaches are encouraged to embrace an expanded worldview, discovering how different cultural narratives contribute to shared human experiences of growth, healing, and transformation. Modern psychological approaches also find a harmonious intersection with yoga, emphasizing evidence-based strategies alongside traditional mindful approaches to support mental health and personal development. Techniques from cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and somatic therapy align with yoga's centering and introspective principles, aiding individuals in navigating mental health challenges and fostering resilience. Practitioners can integrate structured therapeutic techniques with yoga's meditative practices, cultivating a dynamic approach that addresses both psychological frameworks and embodied mindfulness. This fusion encourages participants to develop self-awareness and compassion, offering tools to manage stress, anxiety, and emotional regulation, empowering individuals to engage with their mental well-being holistically. Yoga's adaptability and integration into global, spiritual, and wellness traditions not only enrich the practice, but also contribute to a vibrant, cross-cultural dialogue celebrating diversity and shared humanity. By engaging with these interdisciplinary practices, practitioners embrace a holistic approach to well-being that honors both tradition and innovation, fostering a deeper connection with oneself and the world. This global synergy underscores a universal commitment to fostering understanding, empathy, and healing through diverse expressions of yoga, reflecting its transformative potential as a practice that transcends cultural boundaries and resonates on a profound human level. This culturally sensitive integration inspires individuals to appreciate the interconnectedness of diverse traditions, inviting a journey of self-exploration and spiritual enrichment, nurtured by a global tapestry of wisdom and shared intention for collective well-being. In a rapidly evolving world, where the pace of life is often relentless, the practice of mindfulness has emerged as a vital component of wellness and self-care. It offers a sanctuary of presence and intention amidst the chaos of daily responsibilities and distractions. Mindfulness, rooted in ancient contemplative traditions, encourages individuals to cultivate an awareness that is both attentive and non-judgmental, fostering a deeper connection with the present moment and acknowledging thoughts and feelings without becoming entangled in them. This reflective approach allows practitioners to disengage from the automatic reactions and stresses that often dominate life, rediscovering a sense of clarity and calmness. Integrating mindfulness into daily activities, whether through structured practices like meditation or informal moments of awareness, such as mindful eating or walking, can transform the ordinary into an opportunity for presence and reflection. By embracing the intentionality of mindfulness, individuals can foster resilience, clarity, and a greater sense of balance in their lives. The practice of mindfulness transcends the sitting meditation often associated with it, extending into a comprehensive approach to living that encompasses every aspect of daily life. This holistic perspective positions mindfulness as a seamless thread interwoven into a range of activities, from the simplicity of mindful breathing to the complexity of managing interpersonal relationships. By consciously bringing attention to experiences in the present moment, individuals are encouraged to cultivate an attitude of openness and acceptance, even amidst challenges or discomfort. This focus on present moment awareness disrupts habitual patterns of thinking and behavior, offering fresh insights and perspectives that support emotional regulation and well-being. Mindfulness practices often begin by honing attention on a single focal point, such as the breath, and gradually expand to encompass a more panoramic awareness of body sensations, thoughts, and emotions as they arise. This expansion of awareness helps build a heightened state of focus and presence that is carried into everyday experiences, empowering individuals to navigate life's complexities with a calm and grounded mindset. A significant aspect of mindfulness is its capacity to enhance emotional intelligence and foster greater understanding and acceptance of oneself and others. By observing thoughts and emotions with curiosity and compassion, rather than judgment, individuals develop a deeper understanding of their internal states and habitual responses. This heightened self-awareness acts as a springboard for personal growth and transformation, enabling individuals to recognize and reframe maladaptive patterns, improve emotional regulation, and cultivate more adaptive and affirming ways of interacting with themselves and the world. As practitioners develop greater attunement to their inner landscape, they often discover increased empathy and patience in their interactions with others, paving the way for deeper and more meaningful relationships. This compassionate lens extends not only to oneself, but also to the broader human experience, promoting a sense of common humanity that nurtures connection and community. The integration of mindfulness into various therapeutic contexts has demonstrated positive outcomes in managing stress, anxiety, depression, and chronic pain, highlighting its effectiveness as a complementary approach to traditional psychological interventions. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, among other protocols, utilize mindfulness principles to enhance mental well-being and foster resilience. These evidence-based therapeutic models encourage participants to develop a structured mindfulness practice, guiding them in cultivating present moment awareness and acceptance to work with challenging thoughts and emotions. By adopting these mindfulness approaches, individuals learn to observe their experiences with non-reactivity, which can significantly reduce stress and improve overall psychological resilience. As individuals develop the capacity to respond to life's challenges with equanimity rather than reactivity, they often find themselves better equipped to cope with the inevitable ups and downs of life, fostering a transformative shift towards greater mental and emotional well-being. Moreover, the practice of mindfulness dovetails with broader societal and global concerns, offering pathways for cultivating a more conscious and compassionate world. As individuals deepen their practice, they often become more attuned to the broader implications of mindful living, extending awareness and intention to ecological sustainability, social justice, and compassionate action. Mindful practices encourage individuals to consider the impact of their choices on the environment and society, fostering a sense of stewardship and responsibility that transcends individual well-being. This broader application of mindfulness advocates for conscious consumerism, equitable interactions, and advocacy for social change, modeling a way of living that honors interconnectedness and shared humanity. By fostering an awareness that extends beyond the individual, mindfulness becomes a powerful catalyst for collective transformation and sustainability, encouraging individuals and communities to engage with their world more mindfully and intentionally, promoting harmony, balance, and thoughtful action for the benefit of all. Ultimately, the practice of mindfulness offers a profound pathway back to the present moment, inviting individuals to engage with their lives with openness, curiosity, and compassion. Whether through formal meditation practice, mindful moments in daily life, or integration into therapeutic contexts, mindfulness provides valuable tools for navigating the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. As practitioners reconnect with themselves and the world around them, they cultivate a deeper sense of presence and purpose, enhancing their own well-being while contributing to a more compassionate and harmonious society. This commitment to mindfulness reflects a universal yearning for balance and connection in an increasingly chaotic world, underscoring its enduring relevance and transformative potential in fostering a more conscious, compassionate, and connected way of living.